Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 with the 2013 mod. Tonight we begin our fight for survival as we head to Singapore, Marina Bay, Portland. Hello again. So here we are, starting our scrap to see if we can stay alive in this series. The whole purpose of this series at the start of it was to see if we could make Michael Schumacher an 8-time world champion, and we had 3 seasons to do it. This season has obviously been a write-off, so we've got 2 seasons left. And the board has lost all confidence in us. So we took a vote last night and we tweaked the board's objectives for the second half of the season to give us a fighting chance of being able to recover and stay in the job here at Mercedes next year and keep our chance of making Schumacher a world champion before, before we run out of time, before our 3-season time limit is up. Obviously, if we fail, if we can't turn things around and we do end up getting sacked from McLaren at the end of the season, then we will just have to move on to another team. That particular challenge will be done and dusted, and we'll have to think of something else to continue into 2014. But for now, with a slightly revised target of 4th place rather than Constructors Champions, and a long-term objective of podium contenders next year, this is still going to be a challenge. As you can see in the Constructors standings, we are 66 points behind Lotus, and the gap in performance between us and them has only been getting bigger. So it's still not a guarantee that we can even turn this around. We still might get fired, but at least now we have a chance to keep our job. So we'll see how things go. I am cautiously optimistic that we can, maybe finish the season with low confidence, maybe just about scrape back to satisfied. We're not going to have high confidence, I don't think, by the end of the year. We have been getting points on a pretty consistent basis, but it's been bottom of the barrel points, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. And we even had trouble getting ahead of Sauber yesterday. They were very much quicker. At least Nico Hulkenberg was very much quicker than us yesterday at Monza, until he started developing some issues with his car. So we are very much up against it. We'll just have to hope that things, will turn around for us. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Evening, Mike on. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat as well. As always, please feel free to say hello. And if you've got any questions, ask away. We'll see what we can do to answer those for you. Right, let's get on with tonight's Grand Prix, shall we? We're going to Singapore, home of a very different track type to Monza. Let's take a quick gander at the car. DRS is strong, but that's not really a massive help here. I mean, it'll be useful in the first sector, the run to the end of Sector 1. Beyond that, not really. It's not going to be that much help in the second half of the lap at the start of Sector, or the end of Sector 2. It's not going to be a massive help across the line at start-finish straight either. It's only really going to give us one big opportunity, and that's that first DRS zone towards the end of the first sector. That's going to be our best opportunity. So, I mean, having a good DRS there will help, but downforce is going to be more important. And as you can see, we are not great. We are very bang average there. And our tyre wear is especially bad. We're down to 20th on this ranking, but we've had the worst tyre wear for quite some time, and we can't fix it. Not this season. We need to get to the end of the year and then have a complete rebuild of the car over the winter to try and sort that issue out to bring it up next season without sacrificing massive amounts of downforce in the process. So we just have to live with the fact that our car is going to eat its tyres for the rest of the season in comparison to everybody else, because that is not a small gap to the average. The top teams, they are up here. They are way ahead of us, like 40, 50 points ahead of us in terms of tyre savings. So, right. Part-wise, we have got some new bits coming. We've just started building a brand new chassis model. There it is, our Mark V chassis. And a Mark V side pod. We've got some more of those on the way, as you can see. But they are a month away for the chassis. Or just over a month away for the chassis. And just under a month for the side pods. Well, that's to get them all done. We will actually get our first one in 3 days, second one in 10 days. So 10 days time, we'll have a side pod for both cars. And as far as the chassis goes, 14 days until we get one for both cars. We do have a little bit of a gap until the next race. It's not huge, but we should hopefully have a chassis for both cars. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. That's the second of our two chassis coming, and it will drop just in time to go to Baku, which will be our stand-in for South Korea. So we will at least be able to go into the next race, not this one, but the next one with a little bit of extra speed. Not a massive amount, but whatever little boost we can get, we'll take. And we have got a front wing in development now, as always, trying to find as much performance as we can. We started a new front wing project, and that will be ready in a little over 5 weeks, to start building it. So that's going to be a while yet, but once it's ready, we can knock those out pretty quickly. It takes 3 days to do a wing, so nice and fast. Evening, Wayne. Mycon has the usual questions, as always. Good to know. Right, let's get some targets set for this evening. Do I think we can get 9th here with Schumacher? Yes, I do. What's the target for Jensen? 11th. I'd like to think that we can get him into 10th, but we couldn't do that last night, so not a guarantee. As long as he gets 11th and gets some points, some money, that'll be important. Getting a point or two on top of that would be much nicer. So let's head to Singapore.
Our Formula One season continues here, in the Republic of Singapore. The Marina Bay Street Circuit is lit up and ready for action, looking like some sort of scene from a science fiction movie. But the competition is real, and nothing else can deliver quite like Formula One. This is the last shot that McLaren's team principal will be given to prove that they can lead the team to victory. So stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. The weekend starts here.
Yeah, a much more severe message from Crofty there, given that we have had a total loss of confidence from the board. We've got time to turn it around, but we have to actually turn it around. We've been given the time, now we have to make good with that time. So, let's see, what are we going to do tonight? It's going to be a two-stop race for us. We are probably going to go soft, medium, soft, or soft, medium, medium. I can't see us running hards as an actual strategy, but we'll have a set of hards in reserve. We're going to use hards here for practice to try and get the setup nailed. Still got that chassis disparity between Schumacher and Button. Couldn't make one in 4 days, so we didn't even bother, given that we've just got a brand new one that we can start to build. You can't build two different chassis of different models at the same time. You can either build one of the Mark IVs to give it to Jensen, and then that delays building the Mark Vs by 9 days, or we just make do with another Mark III for Jensen for another race, and then build two Mark Vs at the same instead, which is what we're doing. So yeah, slight difference in speed tonight, but hopefully nothing too serious. We're going to run the 71% engine for Jensen here tonight. That will be a good engine to run here, I think. Let's get prepped with practice parts though. ERS should be fine as long as we don't take a big whack until the end of the season. We are... Actually, we're on Schumacher's car, aren't we? We've got an 80% gearbox. We have no choice but to run that one. We're not going to run a brand new one. Just for practice. And let's take a look at Jensen's bits and bobs. We'll stick with the 73. We're not even going to get to the point, I think, where we need to run that second ERS at this rate. Our ERS wear has been really strong. We will put that gearbox in, and we've still got two brand new gearboxes waiting as well. And then engine-wise, we'll go with that one, and we'll run the 78 engine here tonight. Victory seems ambitious. Yeah, well, we have no chance of winning. Unless we get exceptionally lucky gaining track position with a safety car, and then we just defend for our life. And then maybe, just maybe, if we were first and second, we could sprint Schumacher away and put Jensen into full-on defensive mode and hope he can hold everybody up to give Schumacher a chance to try and build a gap. That would be amazing, absolutely incredible. Not going to happen. All right, we'll put 20 laps of fuel in. It's 18 laps around here since they revised the end sector. It used to be 17. Just done Jensen. Let's move over to Michael. There we go. Right, and I want to get a high downforce setup on this car. So let's start with a 7 on the front. We'll look at maybe increasing that. We're going to go very high on the rear. We're going to go 15.5. Going to go with a 9.1. I'm going to start quite low here as well, because this is usually quite a low value, and this is usually quite a high value. So we'll go with that. And then, as always, we'll try something just a little different for Jensen. So, again, this is one of those circuits where you can get quite a big kind of window for setups. We're going to go with a 7.5 on this one. There we go. A little bit extra front wing. Again, we'll go with a 15.5 on the rear. We'll go with an 8.2 this time. And again, I'm going to go with... Actually, do I want to bring that in just a touch? Yeah, let's step that in just one click. Go to there. And then we'll take that all the way to the absolute top. And we'll see how that goes. Yeah, that's everything we need to do, isn't it? We've done the car parts. We've done setups. We've done fuel loads. We've done instructions. Let's hit the track.
Okay, that's green light.
So we've got A couple of cars with some wear. Obviously, one of them is us, but that's just because we're running practice parts. We've also got some wear on Alonso's car and some wear on Esteban Gutierrez's car. And we need to keep a close eye on Sauber today because they were quick yesterday to the point where we were struggling at one point to stay with them, let alone try and get ahead of them.
Radio check.
On practice, isn't it important to put good laps? No.
Radio loud
Not
and
at all.
clear.
Practice is all about getting the car set up. Pace has nothing to do with it. So it doesn't matter how fast or how slow you're going, the setup will not react to whether you're pushing or cruising. The setup will be the same either way. So by keeping everything under control like this, low pace, not using, not pushing in the braking zones, that reduces the chance of a big lock-up into a corner and damaging your car unnecessarily. Not using the battery, keeping it in harvest, reduces the wear rate on the battery. And then you can also do that and avoid high-risk curbs to just reduce a little bit of wear and tear on the car as well. So, as you can see, by avoiding high-risk curbs, we reduce the wear on the powertrain and the tyres and reduce the risk of a puncture as well. So yeah, I mean, it's all about just getting that setup dialed in. So you want to take it as easy as possible so you're not putting unnecessary strain on your car's engine. You're not attacking the circuit to the point where you might lock up in a braking zone, slam into the wall, wreck a load of aero parts, and maybe even destroy an engine in the process. Or hit another car in a braking zone and get a penalty for qualifying. It's all about just getting that setup dialed in. That's all you need to worry about. Everything else, nice and relaxed. Keep it nice and slow and steady. I mean, if you're absolutely curious as to what your sort of top-end pace is going to be, then yeah, by all means, run a couple of quick laps. But you'll find that out in qualifying anyway. And bear in mind that the AI doesn't necessarily go flat out, full beans attack in practice. They will maybe push a little bit here and there, but generally I think they just tend to run in normal pace setting modes. I don't think they go on the attack at all. They might use a little bit of battery here and there, but you're not going to get an accurate representation. If you go for a qualifying lap here, you're going to end up considerably quicker than you would be in relation to the rest of the grid in qualifying, because they won't be doing qualifying laps, you will. So it'll distort your worldview of how well you should do going into qualifying. So generally, yeah, I just don't think it's worth it at all. Even a snake killer. You're wondering if ERS mattered. I did some experiments back when we used to have to get everything maxed to get to 100% setup or 100% prep. And we found that over an entire practice weekend, if you ran, because at the beginning of the season, I would always, run every lap of every session on the first race of the season to get as much car part knowledge baked in as possible to help with future practice sessions. And every now and again, I'll still do that anyway. But we found doing those tests, having one car over the whole practice weekend running with battery in neutral and the other one running in harvest the whole time, the one in harvest mode saved a good 2 or 3, 4% over the weekend, over the practice weekend, compared to the other car. So yeah, it is just a little bit of a saving in terms of wear and tear, but when you only have 2 ERSs and one crash can wipe one out instantly, you want to find those savings where you can so that your car will make it through the end of the year without having to take that 10th place penalty for an extra one. Yeah, and Dino there just echoing what I was saying about doing a quali lap in practice, is that you will end up, gapping the field, and it creates an unrealistic interpretation of just how much quicker than the AI you are, because they don't go for quali laps in practice. Right, let's speed them up. Going to be a whole change to this area and a slight repositioning of the camera next week. I think you'll like it. Yeah, the game doesn't reflect how confident you are at speed in this game. It's how confident you are in the setup of the car, and the setup of the car is absolute. It doesn't matter whether you're cruising like this or going flat out. How the driver reacts to that setup is exactly the same, and the confidence they have in the car is exactly the same. All right, we've got feedback from Schumacher. Ooh, look at that. We got very close right out the gate. 96%. That's a great start. Let's see how we do with Jensen. Oh, we nailed it.
Feedback.
That's even better. Fantastic.
Understood.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of percent. It's not for a practice session. It's across a whole practice weekend if you do a lot of laps in every session. So in reality, it's going to be less. You might say 1, maybe 2% at most. If you're running just short runs like we tend to do now. But over an entire Grand Prix weekend, that's 24 races on a normal calendar. And you take 6 of those off for sprints where you only have the one session, and in those ones you're more likely to be running most of the session, either if you're coming in and out of the garage a few times, but you're going to be running a lot in those sessions because it's your only session to get the car dialed in as quickly as you can. So you're still getting a lot of running on the sprint weekends, but there's the potential for even more running on a normal Grand Prix weekend, and there are 18 of those, and over all of those sessions that little bit of saving adds up quite quickly. How many laps are done? Not a huge amount. We only need to find another 5%. Let's run them for another couple of laps. We'll call them in with 15 laps done. Go. Let's see. We've got Sam Bird running for Mercedes today. Carlos Sainz getting another run out for Red Bull. Kevin Koyas getting another run at Lotus. Anyone else? Brendan Hartley getting another run at Mercedes. And that appears to be everybody, rookie-wise.
stop in front of a garage.
So what needs to change? Front wing and braking stability. So let's bump that up to a 7.5. Let's go up. Nope. Ah. Okay. So instead, let's leave that at 7. Let's bring that up. There we go. That's going to break that, but we can fix that. It also means that there's less likely... I don't know, actually. Is that going to break that more? Let's have a look. This also moves the rear wing ever so slightly. We'll try the 7.5. And let's push that up to 100. And that's not going to bring that back enough, I don't think. So let's go... I mean, it couldn't be a 6.5, could it? It might be. So I can bring that up. That might be it. Let's try that. See if that works. And we don't need to make any tweaks to Jensen. We're not going to run again in this session, I think. We'll run in the next one. We'll run mediums in the next one. And then we'll run softs. Well, we'll just give back 2 sets of softs at the end of the third practice. We shouldn't need to run in that one. You see, we're going to need a little bit of track time just to get that last 3%. So we need to gain... what, 6% track knowledge to get that maxed out. I didn't need to send him out, call him back in. Let's close that down so I don't do that again. And now we just have to run out the clock on the second half of this session. So yeah, as I was saying, we're going to have a little bit of a change to the set behind... I say the set. It's not really much of a set, is it? But we're going to have a little bit of a change to some of the shelving. I'm not sure whether I'm going to take some of these off and move them into the Kallax. This is what I'm thinking of doing. Or maybe just reorganising the Kallax itself. But I went down a bit of a rabbit hole on online last night. To the point where I was up till very, very silly o'clock this morning. I think about... what time was it? I fell asleep at 9:15 this morning. I was planning to go to bed about 2ish because I was starting to feel tired, and then turned the PC off, and then a thought struck my mind, and I fired back up again and started browsing and browsing and browsing, and I spent hours trawling through eBay looking for cheap second-hand F1 merch and memorabilia and models of cars and stuff. And in the end, I didn't get anything from eBay, but I did get a couple of cars from an online company, and I think I placed the order about 8 o'clock this morning. No, not that, about 7 o'clock this morning, while they were still closed, and they've already shipped them, which was great. You know, went to bed, woke up, and found out that they'd processed and shipped them already. So they'll be with me in a couple of days. So they'll either end up here in this box here, or we might just reposition the camera a little bit and then have one on each of these shelves, because they're 1:18 scale. And I'm not going to say which ones I've ordered, but we will do a little bit of an unboxing video, I think, on those. And then get them displayed nicely. I need to get myself some acrylic cases to stop them getting covered in dust and cigarette smoke. So that'll be something else to look for this weekend. Yeah, I was looking all around. There are a lot of sort of 1 to 43 scale ones. I wanted bigger scale. I've gone 118 with the ones I wanted. I'm not going to have a massive collection of 118s because they start at a pretty reasonable price, and there's a lot of cheaper older ones that you can find on eBay that aren't bad. Some in decent condition. Of some of the older cars, you know, like the sort of 80s, 90s, noughties, and even in some case earlier as well, like 60s, 70s and beyond. But I don't want a massive collection. I don't want it to start sprawling out of control. And I say I want nice looking models where you can see a lot of detailing. You just really can't on the 1x43s. And not only that, you don't get a lot of really good options on some of the older cars these days. New, you have to look for those secondhand, because most of the 143s that are sold online these days on proper outlets are all modern stuff, like the last 5-10 years. And I'm not really looking for modern cars, so looking for cars that I grew up with, kind of thing. Right, that's the end of the first practice. We'll take a quick break and then we'll send them back out for second practice, try and nail that setup for Schumacher. Alright, we got our feedback after about 11 laps or so on the last runs, so 15 laps of fuel should be more than enough. We're going to run the mediums, make sure we give those back, because we're going to have some softs for quali, even if it is just 3 sets, but we are going to need them to make sure we can get into, or at least as close to Q3 as possible. And then we'll have 2 sets of mediums and a couple of sets, hopefully, of softs left for the Grand Prix, along with a set of hards as well. We just need a little bit of a run here with Jensen. Doesn't need a lot of time on track, and you've got to find 3% on our overall prep. Schumacher, we need to see if the setup change will work completely.
And we want to generate some temperature for this outlet. Stay off the curbs.
There we go. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, I really like my 2 little 143 scale cars here. My 1990 McLaren and my 92 Williams. I like those, but you know, I would rather have a very small, very heavily curated collection of just a few high detailed models than a large collection of very small, low detailed models. That's just my personal preference. Plus, I know if I go down the route of having a lot of cars in 143 scale, I'm going to start, getting Pokemon fever and gotta get them all kind of thing. And that will just then go down a very expensive rabbit hole of just trying to find the rare specific cars that I want, but will be prohibitively expensive. Speaking of F1 stuff, I don't know if anyone else saw the announcement today. F1 Monopoly. Yeah. Monopoly and F1 coming together for a brand new version of the board game. Had a quick look. There's a 15-second trailer online. It doesn't really show you anything at all, but I'm really curious as to how that's going to work. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Probably not going to get a copy, but I mean, it's Monopoly still. So as far as I know, it's going to work the same kind of themed way. But from what I understand, instead of pass and go, you have a race on a little infield. So you have cars that represent your player tokens that go around the edge of the board, and then you have a helmet that corresponds to your car as well. And then they race on a little in track in the center of the board. I don't know how it's going to work, but I'll keep an eye out, just because I'm curious. It's not a collaboration I thought that immediately comes to mind is Formula One and Monopoly. I mean, in some ways it kind of makes sense, but I mean, when you've got to try and collect like 3 tracks and stick hotels on each of them, that just seems a bit weird. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with that. And of course, yeah, for the F1 25 fans, the new 26 DLC dropped today. Or at least the trailer dropped today. I don't know if the pack is actually available yet. Just saw the title of our video. Maybe 12 teams can be on the track now. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they would be updating the game's code to have all 11 official teams and then the creator team or the My Team on top of that. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I think if we had an F1 Manager 26 coming out, it would be the same. We would have the 11 official teams and then the creator team on top. So we would be able to have 12 teams. But of course, we're not going to get an F1 Manager 26, so that's kind of a moot point. Right, let's check that feedback from Michael. Oh, so close, so close. Hopefully that's a very easy, obvious fix. And Jensen should be done now as well. Is it 28%? So I'm guessing it's more than done. Yes. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, no, wait, that counts to 25%, not 50. So it would be, we're what, 17. So we would need 12%. So we need to get to 29%-ish. And that should then go to 100 overall. In fact, yeah, there you go, look. Schumacher's hit 29. And he's at 50, and that's based on the assumption that if that's at 100, then that would be worth 50 points, and that would take that to 100. So, yeah, Jensen should now, any second, pop up to 100% overall. And while we're waiting for that, we will call Michael in. get ready to do the same with Jensen. There we go. Excellent. Jensen is ready to come in now as well. Beautiful stuff. Trying to mayor that the tracks are in calendar order rather than, say, heritage or something. In what way, Dino? I mean, I've not been keeping up with F1 25, so I'm not sure what tracks are in the game. I do know they could... Oh, you mean for Monopoly? Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's an official Formula 1 project. It's going to be linked on the official Formula 1 calendar. So, plus, let's see, you would have 2, 5, 8,
Pit lane speed limiter on. Pull up in front of our garage.
11, 14, 17, 20, 22. I can only think of 22 tracks. You would have 2 for the Old Kent Road set, for the brown set. Then you would have another 3 for the blue set, you know, the Angel Islington and so on and so forth. Oh, so Canada and Singapore are utilities. Okay. Ah, of course, the utilities. I forgot about those. That would take it to 24 tracks. Because you would have, let's say, 2, 3, and 6. No, 2 and 3 would be 5. Then you'd have the pink set plus the utility. So that would be another 4. So that would be 10. Then you would have the orange set. So that would be 13. Then you would have the red set. Strand, Fleet Street, Trafalgar Square. That would be 16, and then you would have the yellows and the second utility. That'd be another 4, so that'd be 21. I've got my maths wrong here, haven't I? That'd be 19, 20. Yeah, I got this fucking wrong in my brain. So 2 plus 3 is 5. Plus 3 is 8. Plus 3 is 11. Plus the reds is 14. Plus the yellows is 17. Plus the greens is 20. Plus Mayfair Park Lane is 22. Plus the 2 utilities would make 24. So there's 1 track missing, isn't there? Is it 20? It's a 25 race calendar, or is it still 24? I think it's still 24, isn't it? So that would be 24 tracks. I'm curious what the stations will be. I know there are FIA cards, I think, to represent Chance. Or maybe the FIA represents the stations. Maybe the stewards would be Chance and Community Chest. Which way do I go with this? Up or down? Let's go up. And Jensen's done. We're not going to send Schumacher back out. We're just going to hope that we've gone the right way on that. And that is us done for practice for the rest of the weekend. Let's see if I can find some info. See if they've added any more info on any more info on this Monopoly F1. Yeah, I say the press release doesn't have anything other than just a blurb and a picture of the cover of the box on the F1 website. Oh, here we go. Going to be released. Oh, that's odd. The station between the reds and the yellows is an overtake zone. Okay, I'm very curious as to how this game's going to work. It's going to be released on July 15th for $40 in the States. And it's now available for pre-order on Walmart.com. Ah, here we go. Here's a shot of the board. Alright, let me open that up for you.
And it seems like Hulkenberg's had a bit of trouble.
Ooh, what has Hulkenberg done? He's crashed. Ooh, he's out. That's spinning off at the final turn, hitting the barrier and bouncing back out again. So, yeah, here's the board. So, start here. Can we zoom in on these images? No. What does that say? Let me have a look. Roll to move in the Monopoly Grand Prix. So that's the centre circuit here. And so we've got the brown tracks, Australia and China. We've got a driver card for chance, a drive-through penalty for tax, and a time penalty for tax. The station's an overtake. Then we've got the light blues of Suzuka, Bahrain and Jeddah. We've got a car for community chest. It's still got the jail. See, I think that should be go to the stewards rather than go to jail. I mean, just if they're going to go in for a penny, in for a pound, you know. We've got the pinks, so that's Miami. Then we've got the first utility, that would be the electrics, and that's Canada. Then we've got Monaco and Barcelona. Interestingly, that we to see that we've got Barcelona on here and not the Madring. Oh no, wait, there's the Madring. So we've got Barcelona, and then we've got an overtake spot. The oranges, we've got Austria, a driver card, Silverstone and Spa. Free parking, again. That seems... I mean, you could maybe change that to a weigh-in. Then we've got the red circuits. We've got Hungary, Zandvoort and Monza, another overtake zone. Then we go to the Madring, Baku, Singapore and Kota. Then we've got Mexico, Brazil, Vegas, Qatar and Abu Dhabi. Kind of makes sense that the golf races are the most expensive properties. I'm very curious as to how this is actually supposed to work. So there's your out around the board pieces, and then the helmets of the race in the centre. I'm assuming that you're going to be putting... Alright, so we have a race. So it looks like you have to race to try and claim the property. I don't know what that's going to play like. Some weird, funky hybrid. Anytime you roll F1 on the dice with your car, you may either move the number of spaces shown on the red die or re-roll both dice and move that many spaces instead. For V-car bits, you may either collect 20 points from one rival or 10 points from each. 10 points each from two rivals. Audi just says the one thing. You may ignore that roll entirely and instead move to any space on your current side of the board. Follow the rules of that space. Yeah, I'm very curious as to how this is going to actually work. But yeah, there we go. There is the weird and wonderful world of Formula One crossed with Monopoly. I'm sure we will no doubt see some online reviews popping up around the time it's released. End of the session. We're going to sit out the next one. What a frame lag there. Down to 6 frames per second. Sounds over-engineered. Well, that's Formula One for you. What's going on with my frame rate? My frame rate has plummeted. Is it because I've got the browser open? No. What has happened to my frame rate? That is weird. It's very weird. Oh, there we go. Back to normal. That's just the way Formula One. I mean, that's the 2026 season, so they're not going to do anything outside of that. That's why we still got Barcelona and the Madrid in there, and still Zandvoort, because this is the final Grand Prix of Zandvoort this year before that drops off the calendar. That's why there's no Portimao on there as well. Someone's crashed. Who's had a whoopsie? Hamilton.
Now it looks to be Lewis Hamilton
he's
involved
out.
in that.
Hang on, is that Maldonado? It's Hamilton's fault either way. It might have been Valtteri.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today. That is for
Frame
sure.
rate again. It was Valtteri. Yeah, Valtteri's out. So that'll be a 3-place penalty for Hamilton in qualifying. I don't think it'll have any real bearing on us. I still think he's going to qualify ahead of us, but if he has a bad run, that could be very decisive. I mean, if he can't quite make it through into Q3 because he gets held up with traffic and he only gets, say, 14th, that's going to drop him down into 17th. That's going to take him a while to punch his way through the traffic. Give him a mic. potential wet weather warning for Canada this weekend as well. We might actually get to see these cars running in the wet for the first time this year. A reminder, only 2 teams have had any wet weather experience so far this year. And that was Ferrari and I think it was Red Bull. When they ran on that rainy day in Barcelona in the behind closed doors test at the start of the year. So a lot of teams, it's just theoretical at the moment. Only 2 teams have got very limited knowledge of how the cars will behave in the rain, and of course that's all done before the actual pre-season testing. So that's not going to be worth a huge amount of extra information over the other teams, but I mean it's better than nothing at all. Evening, Luke. Evening, Adrian. You want tips on setups? What is it you're struggling with setups? Is you just struggling to understand how they work? Or if we have a quick look in here, you need to understand how the sliders interact with each other. So the front wing will move, obviously the front wing, but will also move the rear wing angle as well. So oversteer, changing that front wing angle will change oversteer. It'll also change the straights, but on a much smaller incremental change. And it'll also have a knock-on effect on cornering, braking stability, and traction. Basically, the front wing will change everything, as you can see, but by varying different degrees. So one click gets you the most change up here, then these 2, and then just a tiny step there. And the more you move the front wing, the bigger those steps become. And again, you can see it's mainly here, then here, then here, then here, and then just a little bit here. Conversely, tyre camber will move that, and that, but will not touch the straights. So you can see biggest changes are these 2, and then it has a knock-on effect on the oversteer and the traction, and leaves the rear wing alone. Tyre camber is tiny steps. It'll have a big impact on the stability and a tiny knock-on effect on cornering, and it's just those 2 values, as you can see. And then your roll bar will completely change how things look on your setup. And this is your traction value. So you get big steps with every movement there, and then it has knock-on effects on the other top 3 settings, but again, doesn't move that. The best thing I can suggest is that you find, when you get your best setup, you write it down in a notebook. In fact, bear with me a second. Let's see if I can find my notebook. Ah. I found it. Wouldn't it be the same for every race? Said no, it's not. So, for example, and these are setups I wrote down during F1 Manager 22, and most of those, not all of them, but most of them carried over onto F1 Manager 23 and have carried over onto 24 as well. So there's been some additions to the list, but I mean, for 23, but I haven't really done anything at all with this notebook since then. But you write down your setups that hit 100%. When I first started my list, I initially started with setups that got me close, the closest I could get to 100%. So when I did my first iterational list on F1 Manager 22, I would have a percentage setup next to the values, so I could see whether one was 100% or 99 or whatever. And the reason I did this was so that I would have a starting value to work from the next time, because as you can see, that's a lot of different setups just for Bahrain, and every single one of those can get 100% value. That's just one track. I stopped writing them down after a while. Yeah, write down your best setups that you get, and then when you go to that circuit next time, put that setup in as your starting value and work from there. And the more you play about with the sliders, the more you'll understand how they work. So I'll put that up there, out of the way. So it's understanding the relationship between how they move and figuring out the gaps as well. So, for example, a gap, if we look at the roll bar, a gap that size there, means that's a gap that's good. Okay, so it means that this value will be good, but it won't be great. A gap like that will be great, but obviously it's not optimal. A gap like that could possibly be good. More likely it's going to be bad. It's going to be less obvious on the traction because it moves in big steps. But a gap that big on your front wing or your rear wing is bad, and that means you need to make wholesale changes. As a general rule, if you have a bad on your roll bar, then you're going to need to move it at least 2 steps. And if you've got a gap that's bad, you're going to need to move it a similar kind of gap on any of these other values, and then try and work from there. Some circuits will have setups that are very, very close to each other in style of setup. Tracks like Monza, Baku, Vegas all have a very, very tight setup window. Other tracks will have setup windows that are vastly different. I can give you another example of that. Let me get the book back out. Let me show you Abu Dhabi. And you'll get to the point, like me, that you'll just know a rough kind of starting point from memory. You know, the more times you do it. But take a look at Abu Dhabi and see those values are listed. I'm trying to tilt my arm the right way. Keep it in focus, and I'm just hearing my voice echoing on my phone there. So you can see, as the camera focuses in, it's front wing, rear wing, roll bar, camber, and toe. And look at the differences in some of those values. The roll bar could be anywhere from a 1.9 through to a 6.4. That's a huge range of starting positions for that roll bar. Huge set of movements, potential positions. Whereas you go to a circuit like Vegas, which is right next door. There you go, there's Vegas. And look at that. They're all very, very similar. They almost all have a 1.9 as a roll bar. They almost all have a 10.5 as a rear wing. You might get the occasional 10 or the occasional 11. They all have a very, very, very low front wing. Most of them are 0. You might go to a 0.5 or a 1. And then generally, you're on the lower side of your camber and the high side of your toe. But different circuits have different characteristics. And I say some have very, very narrow windows where a lot of setups are very, very, very similar. Just a tiny little bit of difference between them. Baku is a great example of a circuit like that. Whereas other circuits, like Abu Dhabi, will have this massive potential range of setups where one value could be massively different on one car to the other. So if you're looking for some general starting points, general setup I generally use, if you've got a pen, write these down. I'll give you a couple of circuits as general starting setups. Bahrain, a 5 on the front wing, 11.5 on the rear wing, a 7.3 on the roll bar, a 3.25 on the camber, and a 0.35 on your toe. That's a good starting point. That's not necessarily going to get you where you need to be, but it's a very good starting point. A good starting point for Monaco would be a 10, a 16, a 7.3, a 3.5 and a 1, but expect those last two values to fluctuate quite wildly. Baku, you're looking at something like a 10.5 on the rear, something quite low on the front. China, as another example, I'll give you the first few Grand Prix. China, you're probably looking at something in the range of a 2 to a 3-ish on the front wing, 11.5 on the rear, a 2.8 on the roll bar, a -285 on the camber, and a 0.85 on the toe. That's a really good starting point for China. And then you just need to make some little tweaks, because it's never the same twice. Very, very occasionally you will get exactly the same setup on both cars, but not all the time. In fact, more often than not, they'll be completely different. But within those kind of windows that they have to set up. And then Monza, you're looking at a 1 to a 2 probably on the front wing, a 9 on the rear wing, every time a 9 on the rear wing. And then, what did we run yesterday? Was it trying to remember what we ran yesterday. Was it a 1.9 or a 9.1? I think it was a 9.1. And then we were running sort of around a 3 on the camber and around a 0.8 to a 1 on the toe, as another example of starting points. But yeah, get yourself a little notebook or just a scrap of paper, or open up a little Excel spreadsheet or whatever you want to do, but just record the values of your setups. I mean, there is a much easier way of doing it, but it's a cop-out. There's an online calculator thing somewhere. Not entirely sure where, because I've never, ever used it, and I refuse to. But you can just put your starting values in, and it will instantly tell you what you need. But, I mean, I don't like doing that. I like to do it the proper way. I like to, do it the old school way, where you suss it out, figure it out. And for me, you get a much better sense of accomplishment when you do that. But write down your best starting setups for each circuit, and then when you go back to that circuit the following season, put that value in as your starting point. Might get you the same value on your setup. It might give you something that's better. It might give you something that's worse than the previous year. There are, as I say, a huge list of 100% setups for each circuit. And you might get lucky and get the same setup value the next time you use it. It might be much worse with those same values, but it gives you a starting point. And then just build up a little list and get yourself a list of 5 or 6 setups for each circuit, so you can kind of see a little bit of a pattern as to where those circuits. I mean, if you want, you could even go higher than that, but get yourself a little bit of a list of multiple setups for each circuit, and then you can understand the kind of windows that the parts are going to drop into, and where the sliders are going to drop into at that circuit. And then you've got some good knowledge to work from. Like I say, it's not a guarantee that you're ever going to nail it. We actually got quite lucky. We nailed Jensen on the first time out here with this setup. With Michael Schumacher, we had to tweak it a little bit, and I'm pretty confident that that's going to be correct, but we haven't actually confirmed it yet, and we'll find out when he gets into qualifying, because I'm not going to run him. There's no time to run him now as well, but I'm not going to run him for however many laps just to find out if I was right or not. So we shall see in just a couple of minutes whether or not I've got that set up at 100% as well. We've got a red flag. Who has crashed? It's one of the Lotus drivers. I don't know which one it was. It was one of those two. But yeah. Okay, so Hamilton has a penalty. 3 places. Nobody else has a penalty. That is it for practice. We know Jensen's at 100%. I'm pretty confident that Schumacher's going to be at 100%. And we'll find out in just a minute, because up next is qualifying.
Our weekend continues with qualifying, as the drivers fight it out for a strong grid position.
Executing the perfect qualifying lap around Singapore comes down to absolute precision. The circuit needs high downforce and a good suspension to maximize grip on the bumpy street surface.
Let's talk about Mercedes for a moment, Karun. Where's their driver going to be at right now?
While neither teammate has really managed to score well so far, perhaps picking up a few points this weekend would spur on a bit of healthy rivalry.
There's not much left to say, so let's get into it.
Nice to be back to 60 frames a second in the cutscenes, rather than that really stuttery single digits that we were getting last time round. So, we need to put our main race parts back in now, take out these practice engine bits. So, 71, and back in ERS, and we'll leave that gearbox in, that's fine. And then for Jensen, we'll swap out to that engine. And I'll swap to that gearbox. And we are ready to hit the track. Let's see how well we do. And we'll go out nice and early. Oh, Alonso's going out early as well. Yeah, and he is carrying some wear and tear on his engine. I hope, for his sake, that it goes orange in qualifying, because it will go orange in the Grand Prix if it doesn't, and that will kill his pace and he'll drop all the way back. At least having to change it means he'll start way down the order, but at least he'll have the pace to punch his way through and still rescue a good finish. And also for our sakes, I hope he has to do that as well, because that means he'll have to sit out the rest of qualifying, no doubt, with a pit lane start. And we've got Rosberg out there as well, who will be lining up alongside Alonso at Ferrari next season. In a move that I didn't see coming. Yeah, I mean, I don't write my stuff down now anyway. I haven't done for a long time. But when I first started out, it was a good way to get an understanding with the setups. And they haven't really evolved that much, as I say, since F1 Manager 22. So I could put an F1
temperatures are
Manager
good.
22 setup in and still get
Good gap in front.
potentially 100%. I think they've just
You're good
increased
for
the
all that.
number of perfect setups with each variation of the game, each iteration. They might have trimmed out a couple of the old ones, I don't know, but the same basic setup windows still apply. And once you know and understand how the sliders work, you know, you can suss it out pretty quickly. I mean, you've seen me do the challenge before where we just don't put a setup in at all. We send them out as they are for the first run and then try and decipher it before the end of practice. And we've done it with 100% on quite a few occasions. We've done it where we've got maybe one car to 100% and the other one close as well. Once you understand how the sliders work, it's pretty simple. It just takes a little bit of practice, that's all. Right, so Schumacher is 6.7 tenths away. That's not ideal. How far away is Jensen? He's looking a couple of tenths quicker. Rosberg's about to go top, and does, and moves the benchmark another 3 tenths. So we're now just about a second away. Here comes Jensen. And he is 2 tenths quicker,
Delta negative at the safety car line.
give or take.
Okay,
So,
look after
yeah,
the fuel
we've got some
on the
work
way
to
in.
do. And when Schumacher gets back to the garage, we'll find out how we did with that blind setup run. Did we get it to 100 or not? Moment of truth. Did those little changes I make break the setup or not? Or did they fix it? We made it slightly worse. We went the wrong way on that. That should be a 0.85. Well, I'm not going to sweat it. I'm not going to change it. That would mean a pit lane start, and that's not what we want here. It's hard to overtake here. Right, let's see what Kimi Raikkonen's up to. Ooh, yellow flag. Who is that for?
Attack the pit box.
Charles Peak running a little wide at
So
turn
this
1.
is what happened. Now we're watching the action closely here. Oh no!
Technically, that's turn
Wide they
2.
go, and they'll find themselves at a disadvantage if they keep on doing that.
It's less running wide as corner cutting. So Kimi Raikkonen goes to P5. Hamilton's had a really strong first sector. Amazing, isn't it, to think that the BlackBerry was the phone to have for many, many years, and then it just got killed. In just a matter of a couple of years, it went from being, you know, a really, really solid phone to hardly anyone buying it. Hamilton up to second. Who else is on a run? Satil up to 8th place. Where's Hulkenberg? We want to keep an eye on Hulkenberg because Sauber were looking good at Monza. Was that just because they've got good straight line speed and they're not good anywhere else? Or are they a good overall package? He is behind Max Chilton there, who is actually pushing. That might compromise him here at the end of the race, at the end of the lap. Might even give him a little bit of a benefit from slipstreaming. This is where it will hurt him a little bit through these corners. But overall, he goes purple in the final sector. He was able to make that work. He's up to second. Now, how much of that is down to the slipstream? How much of that is down to the actual performance of that car? Because there's definitely a little bit of both in there. I think it's probably more slipstream than anything else, but even so, that's scary quick. Mark Webber's at a terrible first sector. Is that Webber there, or is that Vettel? That's Webber. So Webber had a really bad first sector. Vettel's leaving the pit lane now. Oh, excuse me. Caught up on me a bit there. That's what doom scrolling on eBay will do for you. Webber's only 11th, 2 seconds off the pace. All right, Paul di Resta coming up to the final corners. And he goes P10. Romain Grosjean is on a lap. Now, we don't know which of the two Lotus drivers hit the barrier at the end of FP3. We never got to find out, but I'm going to assume it was Raikkonen. Based purely off that first run and him being behind us. I don't think he hit traffic. I don't know, he might have done. This lap is looking very good. And he goes P2. Oh, just 6,000ths away. What about Pastor Maldonado? Last two corners. And he goes P10. Jules Bianchi's out there. Let's ride with Seb, though. Oh, he gets immediately blocked by Paul di Resta. So Seb's going to have his work cut out for him. He'll still be very quick, though, for the rest of the lap. .27.7. Yeah, so he lost a fair bit in the first sector. The rest of the lap should be quick, though. Purple, middle sector. That's a very quick middle sector indeed. Last two corners. And Seb goes P5, and he's only 2.5 tenths away, which is mighty impressive considering how much time he lost in sector 1. He would be top had it not been for that. 5.5 minutes to go. I don't think we need to run again, so we're not going to. But we will watch Gutierrez, because he definitely got held up on his first run. Hulkenberg's not going to improve, so there's no point watching him. Let's see how quick Gutierrez can go. Oh, it's a red flag. Someone's in the wall. And that is Hamilton. Again. Oh, he looks like he's had a big bounce off the curbs. Off the barrier. Oh, yeah, that's a massive hit. So, my guess is that Hamilton's going to be starting from the pit lane.
The team glued to the monitors and watching their hopes crumble away.
He'll make it through to the next session, but he will not take any part in it because his car's toast. So the drivers that need to find a time now, Mark Webber, absolutely, down in 15th, needs to improve. Gutierrez, still. Speaking of the devil, there he goes. Who else is in need of a big improvement? I think those are the key drivers. And then it's going to be down between Vern, Bottas, maybe Di Resta, maybe Ricciardo, I think, to see who might get eliminated. That's assuming that we get clean runs for everybody on this final attempt here. We might not see any real improvements. Might get traffic. While we're waiting for Gutierrez, we may as well ride with Satil. See what he gets up to. There's a little flurry of traffic coming out. One of the Ferraris, both of the Red Bulls. We've got a Toro Rosso. Toro Rosso is out on track. In fact, both of them are out on track. But everyone's piling out. Look, this is going to be really bad for Satil here. That's a lift. Managed to avoid the worst of the traffic. Lucky boy. But it's not a great first sector though, 27.8. And he really needs to find an improvement. Van der Gaard now starts his final attempt. He gets into turn 1 just ahead of the Lotus. Kimi Raikkonen or Roman Grosjean? I think Grosjean. Oh no, Grosjean's still in the pit, so yeah, it's Raikkonen. There he got through. So still will be the first one to cross the line. Bottas is on his lap. Now so is Jean-Eric Verne. Satil pumps in a purple flying the sector. He pops up to 8th place. We've got Vettel tucked in right behind, or sorry, right ahead of Jules Bianchi. There's Webber. This is not great positioning for Webber with a Marussia in front of him. Not at all. We might see Mark Webber get knocked out here. That would be something. 27.5 for Gutierrez. There's a couple of cars behind. There he is, behind Massa. Oh, look, Webber's going for the overtake, and he dives on through, and he needed to do that, or else his lap was ruined. Bottas improves to P12. Here comes Verne across the line. Verne improves to P8. Schumacher's getting bumped down. Raikkonen just went purple in Sector 1. Who's going to be next? It's going to be Vettel and... he's fighting with Pete in the closing corners. There's Webber. Compromised final sector there. Webber only just improves back to 16th and he's out immediately. 17th as Gutierrez has gone up to P8. Chilton's done. Bianchi's done. Peak is done. Webber's done. Di Resta is next. Van der Garde is done. Di Resta goes to 10th. That puts Maldonado at risk and he's not improving. He's a couple of tenths away from Valtteri, who I think is done. And Raikkonen's absolutely flying. Across the line for Kimi. He goes top. Maldonado is out. So it's Maldonado along with Van der Garde, Peak, Chilton, Bianchi and big shock, Mark Webber out in 18th place. Not a good day for the Australian. Alright, into Q2, and we're going to use the same tyres for the first run that we used in Q1. Might have to run again on this one. Might have to do a couple of runs, we'll see. Let's send them out, see if we can get out first.
Okay, that's green light.
There we go.
warm the tyres where you can.
Okay, Nico Hulkenberg is going to be car number 3 across the line, and then it'll be Kimi Räikkönen. So we will now be able to see just how we stack up against that Sauber. He's not going to have traffic. Well, might get traffic, but I mean, he's got a lot of space between him and us, so there's no risk of us, you know, causing an issue for his time. And he's got a lot of space behind him as well. So now it's just if someone pops out in an awkward spot. But we could see just how quick Hulkenberg will be today. We've got both of the Force Indias and Felipe Massa also leaving the pit lane now. And now, on top of that, we also have Jean-Eric Verne. And he's going to get into turn 1 at the same time as us.
Tyre temperature's
that's
still
not
okay
good.
at the moment. We're happy at this tyre temperature. We'll keep an eye on it.
Ooh, it's close. That was very close. We just got through ahead of him. But now he might get traffic in a really terrible spot. Might be okay. 27.5 for Schumacher in the opening sector. Can we clear all 3 of them before we get to George's favourite wall? No, we can clear 1 of them. That's an attempt slower. And there we go. Schumacher's cleanly through. Let's switch our attention to Jensen. Should get past Verne here. No issues. There we go. Lovely, lovely. He's down 3 tenths for Schumacher so far. And will not be held up with anyone else in front now. They will be pushing. So it's a 129.9 for Schumacher. 27.4 for Hulkenberg. That's slightly quicker than us. Button 6.5 tenths away. Hulkenberg's gone purple in the middle sector. 2 tenths quicker, so he's up 3 tenths now over Schumacher's time. With just a few corners to go. He's 3 tenths quicker. Yeah, it looks like Sauber have overtaken us. That is a concern. Because now we might not even be able to get 9th and 10th consistently. If the Saubers really are that quick. Let's see what Esteban Gutierrez gets up to on his lap as well. But I'm starting to panic a little bit now. Because our car knowledge is terrible. Struggling to see. I'm struggling to see whether we can. This is Couldn't score points for the rest of the year now. All right, Rosberg looking good. So for Alonso and Webber. Not Webber, sorry, Vettel. Webber's out, of course, in P18. Hamilton's out as well. Rosberg goes top. It's Raikkonen second, Hülkenberg in third, and we'll keep an eye on Esteban Gutierrez, who will be starting his run in a moment. Alonso goes to P3. Seb absolutely flying as he goes past Gutierrez. I need to stick with the new tyres. I can't take that risk. Right. See what you got, Esteban. Hopefully not much. But something tells me he'll have something in his pocket. .78 is not the most compelling first sector.
And we want to generate some temperature for this outlap.
Ricardo goes to P9. That pushes Jensen into the drop zone. Decent middle sector. Is he going to beat Schumacher's time? No. But he does get ahead of Jensen. Speaking of, Jensen is about halfway around the lap, getting ready to run a second time. This will be his second and final run, but we'll have plenty of time to abort and try again if necessary. Here comes Valtteri to complete his run. And he is way off the pace. Way off the pace. Have we got a yellow flag? Don't be Jensen. Don't be Jensen.
Yellow's ahead. Yellow flags.
Oh, Gutierrez has
Right, let's
crashed.
follow the action now at turn 7. Just flies into that crash.
That's his
and that's
cool-down
definitely
lap.
not how they would have imagined
Into
their
the barrier.
qualifying going today.
I'm assuming he's
There's
still
the car
going.
with the barrier.
Yes, he's still going.
Possible debris.
Won't affect our lap either.
Tyre temperatures look good.
Good gap in front.
Here we go.
Let's go.
We've got Adrian Sutil on an outlap in front of us. It's not great. Good enough. Better than that. Out of the way, no, still. That's a better middle sector, 37.2. This will get us back into the top 10, but I'm not sure by how much. Count. P6 took a second off its time.
Your P6.
Last lap was
Convinced
good.
that'll be enough. He might even have time for another run if we're very, very
You'll
lucky.
say.
So, all attention switching now to Michael. Getting ready to start his run. A lot of cars coming out of the pits. I'm going to abort. And send it straight back out again. Go. Up comes the salver. There's Gutierrez. Oh, has he still got wing damage? Oh, he does. Oh, excellent. That means he's not likely to get through. Till crosses the line, and he is only good enough for P12. We just need a lap from Michael here to make sure we can get into the top 10. We can take Hamilton out of the equation. We can take Valtteri out of the equation. We can take Gutierrez out of the equation. Probably take Vern and Ricciardo out of the equation. And Satil. I think that's the 6 that are going to get eliminated here. Assuming that Michael pulls out a good lap here. Toro Rosso Veloce. Well, one of them is... one of them's done. He's out. Jean-Eric Verne is out. So, Ricciardo has a chance. Fight for survival. What's the situation? The situation, Michael, is that the board has lost all confidence in us. We had a little vote at the end of last night's stream, and we, based on the results of the vote, we tweaked our board requirements for the end of the season to finish in the top 4 rather than winning the Constructors' Championship. And we also tweaked the long-term objective to podium finishes and extended it by 1 season to the end of next year. But we haven't changed the board's negative confidence in us. So we have to try and turn that around with a car that is rapidly being overhauled by everybody. We are losing ground. Ooh, yellow flag, yellow flag. Don't be Michael. It's not a good first sector for Michael. Grosjean running wide.
But here we are following the Alpine. And that's... oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted.
It's a little
and
cheeky.
You really can't do that too often with these.
We're being caught and overhauled by Sauber at the moment. Force India aren't too far behind. Schumacher might not make it through here. He's not improving. Come on, Michael. I need something. Just to make sure that Ricciardo doesn't suddenly pep us at the very, very end. I think we're fine from Ricciardo, but I'm a little concerned maybe about Valtteri. Hey, there we go. A good final sector. Valtteri does improve, but not by enough. He finishes in 12th, so we have made it through. But yeah, we are coming under immense pressure from Sauber and Force India. So we're not even secure in 5th in the Constructors at the moment in terms of pace. Points-wise, probably. But we're losing ground on Lotus. And Ferrari, Red Bull and Mercedes are all way ahead of us. And Lotus catching them and pulling away from us. So it's going to be very hard to turn the board's approval rating around before the end of the season. And we only have 7 races to go, including this one. This is round 13, isn't it? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, 7 rounds to go, including this one. Or we get fired. But we have escaped an elimination in Q2 here. Both cars will line up in Q3. If there are any villains in the house, congratulations. Aston Villa have just beaten Freiburg 3-0 to win their first European trophy in, oh God, a very long time. How many years has it been? 1982? I think they won the European Cup in 82. Have they won a cup? I don't think they've won a European competition since then. I'm trying to think, the last domestic trophy I think was 96 League Cup. So that's, yeah, first trophy in 30 years, first European trophy in what, 44 years? That's a long time. Yeah, congrats Villa. Right, Q3. So we'll start with those tyres and then do a lap on those tyres. I want 2 new sets of softs for the Grand Prix. Work cut out for us. Sounds like a big ask. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy. I mean, we don't know how much changing the board's requirement down to 4th will affect race results in terms of, you know, confidence gain from race results. Given that we are struggling just to get 9th and 10th now in races, means that even that might not be enough. We might still need some big results, and those are going to be getting harder and harder to achieve as the season comes to its close, because, as I say, we're getting left behind by everybody performance-wise, because the McLaren expertise in this is awful compared to every other team's engineers. Coupled with those board objectives, it makes McLaren completely unplayable for a long-term series without doing some editing.
Warm the tyres where you can.
Any more upgrades to come? Yes. 3 more for definite. We've got 2 that are being built right now, new chassis, new side pods, those will be ready for the next Grand Prix, and we are developing a new front wing right now, but that's over a month away. But as I said, our expertise levels are so low compared to the teams around us that every time we do an upgrade and they do an upgrade, their upgrade gives them so much more performance than ours does. It's crazy how much performance we have lost compared to the rest of the grid while still pumping out lots of upgrades. I mean, in some areas, in terms of expertise, we are down 50 percentage points in some areas in expertise over our rivals, which is obscene.
Temperatures are good.
Right, so Schumacher gets through. There's some traffic coming out.
You're good to open the lap.
This is the end of the Red Bull. This is the last great Red Bull car for a while. It's the stepping stone for Mercedes. 2014 was the start of the new engine regs and the start of them becoming a dominant team. 2013 they had promise, but the car was very heavy on its tyres, which it doesn't seem to be here in this. I'm definitely going to give some feedback to Kevin at the end of this season and say what needs to change. Because stuff definitely needs to change. If this is meant to just be a one season and done, then that's fair enough. But if this is intended, because this is the only one of his 3 mods, you've got 2012, 2013 and 2014, so he's got 3 consecutive single season mods like that, but this is the only one that's free on Overtake. So my thoughts would be that if this is the one that's intended for most people to play as a multi-season thing, some big changes are going to need to happen, which could then have ramifications for the 2014 mod, but I mean, in theory, shouldn't need to. Right, so it's a 130.3 for Button, a 130.6 for Schumacher. Both of those laps, not good. But old tyres, very old tyres. Rosberg's about to tell us what that kind of pace is meant to be. It's going to be a lot better than us. So 129.1. Ooh, 1.2 seconds and 1.5 seconds off. That's not pretty. But as I say, very old tyres. We just wanted to get out early, get the confidence up a little bit to try and just get a little boost to our stats. It'll only be +2s because of the mod that we're using. But then we can put on some better tyres and have another go. Alonso goes P5, Raikkonen goes P1 by 0.08 of a second. See what Massa can do while we are putting on better tyres. They're not great, but they're better. think we're going to be out-qualified by Hulkenberg here today, but we should hopefully out-qualify Paul di Resta. And if we can't out-qualify him, we're in major trouble. Massa goes P6. And Hulkenberg's just 0.04 of a second away from Massa, which is definitely a worry about that Sauber's pace. Yeah, having played through a good chunk of this season now, there are definitely things that I think, if it were my mod, I would definitely be making changes to some things. I think some driver ratings need to be tweaked a little bit. I think the cars need to be tweaked a little bit. I've already given them some feedback thoughts on facilities and stuff, but I don't know if that's going to get implemented in another version of the mod. And I gave him a whole load of feedback on staff and helping him find some correct staff and other little bits as well. Why is McLaren set so bad? Well, this was the season where it all went wrong for them. This was the season that Hamilton had left at the end of the previous season to go to McLaren. To go to Mercedes to replace Michael Schumacher, who retired. They brought in Sergio Perez, who did one season and then was gone again from McLaren. But this was the year that their car was really bad. I mean, it wasn't horrible, but it was not competitive. They didn't get on the podium once all season. This is like the beginning of McLaren's downfall. And that kind of started the season before. I think if memory serves, there was one season where McLaren started really badly, but were able to turn it around with good development and was starting to be competitive again at the end. By the last part of the season, they were, fighting for wins again. But I think that was 2012. I'm not 100% certain. But yeah, the 2013 season was horrible for McLaren. Not a good year at all. In fact, bear with me, and we will pull up their actual real-world results for 2013.
We want to generate some temperature for this outlap.
Okay, so McLaren finished 5th in the constructors' standings, behind Renault, Lotus Renault, then Ferrari, Mercedes, and obviously Red Bull winning a lot that season. McLaren's best finish, they had a P5 in China for Jensen. I think it was Jensen. Let's have a look. Yeah, Jensen had a P5 in China, a P6 in Monaco. I mean, yeah, the real world results are better than ours. Yeah, better than ours.
Good gap in front.
Let's
go.
get the lap out the way, first of all. Vettel absolutely flying, looking to target pole position once again. He'll be the first one across the line for these final laps here. We've got acres of clean air in front of us. So it's all down to the drivers now. Seb lays down a benchmark, a 128.6. Waiting for Rosberg to actually start pushing to find out how far behind he is. It's clunky here, look. You've got Massa and Rosberg and Raikkonen all really close to each other. And the gap is 0.4 of a second, over 0.4. Di Resta, purple in the final sector, but has improved his time. He's 8th. I hope we can do better. Hulkenberg goes P2. Oh, oh my word. Look at these three. How close they are to each other. Someone's going to get held up somewhere at some point. Rosberg gets a good slipstream off the back of Massa, and he's gone purple in the first sector. Schumacher has crossed the line and is 0.4 slower than Di Resta. Jensen's not looking that much better. Oh my word. Jensen only finds 0.2. Shit. Yeah. That's really bad. Yeah, really bad. Alonso, last 2 corners. Can he take pole away from Seb? No, he's only good enough for P4. He's not looked on the ball all weekend, but he does have that damage to his engine. Let's see then. Rosberg is looking quick. He's tucked up nicely here behind Massa. Raikkonen is not improving. It's going to be down to Rosberg. Rosberg takes it by 0.2. That's a big margin. Then it's Vettel. Hulkenberg will start in 3rd place. Holy shit. 4th place for Grosjean. 5th and 6th. And all Ferrari 3rd row. Then it's Raikkonen from Di Resta. And Schumacher and Button will make it an all McLaren final row on the top 10 there. Row 5. Oh, we have definitely got our work cut out for us here today. Ouch. Ouch indeed.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made as we head into the race.
The walls around Singapore force the cars close together, and even the best can waver in the tight spaces. Back in 2011, we saw Lewis Hamilton clip Felipe Massa as the two battled it out. There were certainly some words exchanged after that one, as I'm sure you recall.
The bumpy street surfaces here make this a challenging circuit for the drivers, and the humidity causes them to lose as much as 3 kilos over the course of a race. But it's also tough on the cars, with 23 corners to tackle each and every lap. Good low-speed downforce will make all the difference here. Welcome to race day, and before we get down to it, last-minute checks are being made.
Let's have a look and see if there are any changes to the grid. We think Hamilton might have a pit lane start. Let's have a look. Yes, he does. A pit lane start because of that wreck in Q1. Webber gets bumped up 1 place to 17th. Can you imagine? We wouldn't have even made the top 10 had Hamilton and Webber not been knocked out. That's scary. That's very scary. Yeah, pace is not good at all. Let's take a look then at the real world results. So, Jensen Button here in 9th. As you can see, had a couple of 4th places. Well, a 4th place. Had a 5th place, a 6th place, a 6th, a 7th, a 6th, a 7th, 8th, 9th, a 4th, a couple of 10th place finishes. Not a single podium for McLaren that year. And Perez didn't do that much better. He had a 5th, a couple of 6th places, 7th, an 8th place, a few 9ths, 4 9th place finishes, a few bad races outside the points, and yeah, just not a good year at all for McLaren. They ended up with 122 points, and that's the gap to Lotus, Ferrari, Mercedes, and a very, very dominant Red Bull. So, yeah, I mean, I can see why the team's coded to be this detrimental, but if you're going to inflict this level of pace, you can't then put in, I think, the unrealistic board expectation of winning the Constructors' Championship, with both that and the long term both ending in the same season, because you'll never make it to the end of the year, and keep your job. We only just squeaked through the mid-season review, and then 2 races after that, the board had lost all confidence in us, which is where we are right now, trying somehow to try and recover. So it's not great, is it? I think it's, if you want to have that level of pace, that's fine, but you should change the setting of the board expectations so that it's not a completely unplayable career. People go, I want to see if I can maybe make Jensen a world champion again, and they can't. They won't ever get the chance because they won't be able to afford to sign Jensen for another team, unless they are one of the very, very top teams, and then they're going to have to spend a fortune anyway to break Jensen's contract and the driver that they're replacing. You'll never make it, a full, into a second season with McLaren. It'll just be impossible without doing some very heavy behind-the-scenes editing to performance. So if ever you see anyone try and do a playthrough and they suddenly start, winning Grand Prix with McLaren in the first season on the 2013 mod, they're quote-unquote cheating by massively changing the performance values, because there's no way that this car would be able to challenge for a win. Looks like soft, medium, medium is going to be the way to go. Actually, that's even that. Don't like that. I'd rather do that because our tyres are shit. And we'll keep the extra softs for a safety car. Okay. Let's put a little bit of fuel in the car, a couple of laps worth of fuel, and hope that we can burn that off before a safety car comes out. You never know. We might end up getting a lot of extra fuel that we can't really do anything with, just like last night. And there we go. Strategies are set, and tyres are chosen, fuel loads set, instructions given. I can take a short break so I can go answer a call of nature and grab a new drink from the fridge. When I come back, we'll get this Grand Prix underway.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in for the weekend's Grand Prix action. The McLaren driver now fully focused on this race.
Starting P10 puts them in the right place to get some points, but there's still a lot to do.
But there's no more time left. We've got a race on our hands. We're just moments away from the Singapore Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Can we get a decent start? Schumacher's got to 8th. Jensen's trying to squeeze his way through as well. Oh man, we're going 3 wide through turn 3. That's not good. We somehow make it through 3 wide. Both McLarens forcing their way past the rest at the exact same time. I hope we get a replay of that. I don't think we will, unfortunately. Webber's up to 15th already. Hamilton's up into the back of the pack now.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Well, no, technically not, because this save file means that I'm actually my manager name is Martin Whitmarsh. It'd be interesting if us as Martin Whitmarsh with Martin Whitmarsh replacing us at this team as well, pulling double duty. Yeah, whichever team you decide to start with, that's the name on that save file. So if we were Sauber, we'd be Manisha Kaltenborn, for example. Or Claire Williams at Williams. Ooh, the Ferraris are squabbling. Alonso getting ahead of Massa, or trying to. He's on those soft tyres. It makes sense for Massa to let him through and let him go. But no team orders. And he still won't let him go. And that's going to slow down Raikkonen a bit, which will give us a chance to try and get back into the window again. There we are. Raikkonen has lost a little bit of ground, and we have an opportunity as a result to see if we can jump him. It's closing back up, even though he didn't have the DRS. It's right back on the Ferraris again. Shit. There goes our opportunity. Unless we get extremely lucky here. Not too far away. But we put a big gap to Di Resta and Ricciardo as they are fighting amongst each other. Bottas and Gutierrez are fighting as well. All side by side, look. And there's Webber. Now trying to punch his way through as well. Right on board with Webber for a little moment. 1.6 degrees. Second gap, but we need to now kill the battery. We are at least staying with the group, and everyone's bottled up behind Nico Hulkenberg. It's a little interesting. Maybe he's only got ultimate one-lap pace, and we could actually compete with him on race pace. Valtteri is in danger of getting gobbled up here by Mark Webber. I think he got the DRS. No, he didn't. Here comes Mark. Oh. Absolutely full commitment there from Valtteri to keep him at bay in the braking zone. And have another crack as Schumacher's now started to slip behind.
Recharge on is good.
Tyres are starting to overheat just a little bit. We don't want that to happen, because then the performance will start to dip. There's one of the characteristics of the realistic racing mod, is that when the tyres get too hot or too cold, pace starts to suffer quite a lot. Just take the edge of these tyres in terms of their temperatures, let them cool down a little bit. Ricciardo has started closing in on us, as you can see. Gutierrez has broken through as well now, and Bottas is all over the back of Di Resta. So Di Resta's pace flattered to deceive in qualifying, it would seem. Excuse me, unless he's going for a one-stop. He might try the one-stop, mediums to hards. Tyre temps down to 100. Again, it's starting to open up already. Gonna need to turn Button's battle assist on now. Because Ricciardo is getting close. And I'm not going to wait that long on the tyres. I'm going to turn them up now.
We can use the pace now.
So Rosberg leads after 5 laps from Sebastian Vettel. The two of them very, very close. Hulkenberg 6 seconds further back has Grosjean, Alonso, Massa and Raikkonen pretty close behind. Nosebleed section of the points here for Nico Hulkenberg. Grosjean slipping away a little bit under pressure from Alonso. Webber now past Di Resta. And next up for him will be Esteban Gutierrez. Where's Hamilton? Hamilton's up to 18th, so he's cleared the back 4. No surprise there. He's now up behind Maldonado. braking zone. I'm very curious as to what the 2014 Mercedes looks like. I don't know if Kevin's done liveries for the 2014 mod yet. But the 2014 Mercedes was a really nice livery. It's when it started to expand on the silver livery, bringing in those dark shaded areas, and it had a really dark nose box or air intake at the top of the airbox here, with a silver Mercedes symbol on it, before drifting back into the silver of the Mercedes down the back of the bodywork. Said there's a livery resembling dams on the DLC. No, on Overtake. There's a dams template. Let's see if I can find it for you. So this is actually one of Nexus's mods. We can see him in the chat tonight. There we go. And what this does is this replaces the lion livery inside the My Team templates. I say the lion. It's not a lion, I think it's the dragon. No, sorry, it's the tiger livery. The tiger livery gets replaced with this livery here, and then you've got the choice for the colours. And it also replaces, you can see, the Cobra and Cockerel shapes inside the emblem creator, so you can make the Dams logo. So you could make Dams as a My Team if you wanted to. In other Jim Bob, yes, we actually talked about that about, what, 20 minutes ago? Congratulations to Villa. First trophy in 30 years, first European trophy in 44 years. Ricardo is starting to put pressure on Jensen.
Overtake available.
Hamilton has got past Maldonado and is looking to make his move on Sutil. And we've got Mark Webber right behind Ricardo, now knocking on the door of the points.
It has DRS.
Yellow flag. Is that just someone running a little wide? Yeah, Jules Bianchi running a little wide. I'm going to go very aggressive with strategy. I'm going to make a change to our strategy.
We want good pace.
So I am thinking of coming in much earlier. And we could do something like that, or we could do that. I think we might do that. me do that. Okay, back out of here. There we go. I can get the actual second set of softs that way. I just want to see whether that would be quicker. No, mediums would be quicker. We're going to switch to that strategy, I think. Or possibly the other way round. Let's do it the other way around. Let's go mediums and then finish on the hards. And then we'll have an option of mediums or hards. Sorry, mediums or softs to finish off if we get a safety car somewhere around lap 50. Let's go with that. We're going to try and get an undercut. And there's Webber making his way through past Daniel Ricciardo. As soon as I started pushing, I knew that was going to be a possibility. Which is why I immediately started looking at changing the strategy. Massa has dropped back to 7th. So Kimi Raikkonen's putting the pressure on. Grosjean got past Hulkenberg. Hasn't been able to pull away from him. Oh, in fact, Hulkenberg almost took his place back there. That dams thing will only work as well on the 2024 model cars. It won't work on the new FN26 model. Something to, to consider.
Keep chipping away.
Now Gutierrez gets through on Ricciardo. That will give Ricciardo DRS. And he might still get the position back. He's going to have the inside line and be side by side. He should now be able to get ahead again. Unless Gutierrez can keep the car up the inside here. Ooh, it's tight. And Ricciardo has shut that move down. There we go. Done and dusted. Right. There is Webber closing in on the back of Jensen.
So we are now P9.
Hulkenberg starting to slip back from Romain Grosjean.
Gap 0.7. He has DRS.
And Alonso gets Hulkenberg around the outside of the final two turns. That's brave. Very brave. Hulkenberg's tyres, I'm guessing, are starting to give.
We are ready for you. breath. You're going to be okay.
Gap 4.5.
Alright, the tyres are starting to cook a little bit. 109 degrees. But we're coming off them in a moment. Oh, Webber's got a header button. I didn't even realise that. I was looking at something on my browser over the top of the game screen. So I didn't even see the overtake. I just glanced back and saw a McLaren and a Red Bull right behind it and just assumed I was looking at button. I didn't realise I was looking at Schumacher. Oh dear. Yeah, Webber is on a charge. So 9th and 10th at the moment is the best we can go for. Although Hulkenberg has been struggling in his last few laps as Raikkonen's passed him. We might be able to get ahead of Raikkonen. Ahead of Hulkenberg today. How many laps until we box? I'm going to do it now because we're struggling. And we're driving slow because we're having to defend. We'll go one more lap with Jensen.
And we're box.
All right, a very early stop, lap 14. We are the first ones in for a change. Where we're going to come out, probably behind Van der Gaard, but ahead of Chilton, Peak and Bianchi. The stop of the day. It's the only stop of the day. Let's get these tyres warmed up. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. There we go. And we can turn that off now.
Yes, use the chance now.
Overtake available.
Five. Stop. Need to be quicker on the next one if we want some decent points. We'll come out behind Schumacher. There goes Michael. It was quicker than Schumacher's stop though, because I didn't actually see what Schumacher's stop time was. What was it? Let's have a look. It was 2.56. That's 2.53, so pretty close. Let's get these tyres warmed up. Schumacher is going to be on to the back of Van der Garde very soon. We'll cool the tyres down again now. Now that they're up to temperature. Hope that our pace will be good enough on brand new tyres to get an undercut on some people. Up past Alonso. Shut the door on me. We'll swing to the opposite side. Get him in the braking zone. There we go, we are through. Jensen's tyres up to temperature. Let's start pushing his battery.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
And I don't want to blitz the entire battery here because we're still going to need it to get some overtakes done. Just going to push a little bit. There we go. Just to make sure we get a nice, clean breakaway from Van der Garde quickly so that there's no impediment for Button as he makes his way through. And just to get us a little bit closer to Maldonado. Going to calm the tyre temps down a little bit. Van der Garde's into the pits. Oh, beautiful.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
There's our next victim, Pastor Maldonado. Yankee into the pits as well. And Seb and Rosberg coming up to the last two turns now. So Yankee's already going to be a lap down. Van der Garde still on the lead lap for now. That's in a set of medium tyres. But yeah, Bianchi is already a lap down after 17. Well, he's done 17 laps. Leaders have done 18. Are on. He's done 16 laps. The leaders have done 17 laps.
Okay, recharge on.
Hamilton's into the pits. We will stay ahead of Hamilton. Some mediums for him as well. He'll be be out in front of Chilton, so he'll be closing us down pretty quickly. Let's go back to this pending battle, this looming fight between us and Pasta. Kimi Raikkonen in. We're not going to catch him. He's way too far ahead of us. Nicely through. We can at least close the gap to Raikkonen a little bit, who is leaving the pits now on a set of mediums. Gets that just in front of Valtteri. Just in front of third as well.
Overtake.
Tyre temperatures are good. Tyre temperatures look good.
Okay, we're going to set Maldonado up for an overtake in the same spot. Hopefully we're going to do it a little bit easier and a little bit quicker than we did with Schumacher. This time we're going to be right on his backside here. Hulkenberg's in. Now, have we got a chance to maybe get past Hulkenberg?
Cool the car.
There we go. Gotcha. Stationary. He's moving. Ricciardo and Santilla are in. Oh, this is going to be tight. Schumacher's through. Button a couple of seconds behind, but should be on him quick. Hulkenberg gone for a set of softs. There's Schumacher. There's Button. So my chances, or my confidence in our ability to beat Hulkenberg has gone up. Thanks to our undercut. And the fact that we haven't cremated our tyres. Hunting in, since we came out. Taken a fair bit of life out of them, but yeah, destroyed them. And now that we've burnt off the fuel, we're going to have to up that little pace just a little bit.
Suggest increased LICO.
Alonso's in. Don't know if we can jump Alonso here. That would be a bit of a tall order, I think. Decent stop. Gutierrez is in. We'll easily get through past him. Kimi Raikkonen sets a new fastest lap of 1:32.8. As we saw Jean-Eric Vergne diving into the pits. Here's a move on Valtteri in the braking zone. Lovely. There's Alonso. Oh, that was close. That was so close. too far back to have a lunge. Alright, we'll just try and stay with him. Seb's in from the lead.
Next car on track is Hulkenberg.
Gap
And so's
is
Rosberg.
1.7.
Decent stop. Another set of softs. Webber's coming in. Now this will be interesting. Yeah, he's too far ahead. I've just seen where we are. I don't think... Well, maybe. If we are extremely lucky. Ooh, yellow flag. That has killed our chance.
Safety car.
Crash between Hamilton and
Let's have a look as we go
Maldonado.
into
It's
the
always
13th
those two, isn't it?
Barely any room to manoeuvre.
Whose fault is it? Oh, it's
That's
Hamilton's
obviously far
again.
from intentional, but there was contact.
He took out
An unfortunate
Valtteri.
moment, yes, but as any driver will know,
Doing something like that
is an
this time.
unforgiving sport.
He's taken out Pasta. But those two always had coming
Clearly
together.
They're not what everyone in the garage would have wanted to see.
This will play into the hands of quite a few cars who have yet to stop. Grosjean in particular. Webber is going to get out just in front of us because of the goddamn safety car. We would have jumped him. We would have jumped him. I'm annoyed by that.
Recharge on.
So I fully expect to see Grosjean and Massa into the pits. And we will have one car that needs to unlap himself. So Hamilton has another 3-place penalty for the next Grand Prix. He already had one coming into this qualifying, but then, of course, wrecked his car in qualifying and started from the pit lane anyway. Grosjean will not hold the lead, but he will get out ahead of his teammate here. And that'll be a net P3. Massa's in. Massa's going hard tyres. Now, this is interesting. It's really itchy. This is interesting here. Is Massa going to try and go the distance on those tyres? It's a little, same with Grosjean. Grosjean, if he's careful with them, and we know how strong the Lotus is at looking after his tyres, he might be able to pull that off. Webber loses out to Massa because of the safety car. So we could have jumped Massa as well. Well, actually, no, Massa might not have carried on. I don't know. We might maybe have caught Massa. But we are going to have one car that needs to unlap himself. That's going to be Jules Bianchi, who is there behind us. The next car is Charles Pic, which is there ahead of the safety car. So we'll have one car to unlap itself. So while we're waiting for the field to form up, we'll take a quick advert break.
pack is high.
Just 2 cars left to form the back of the train. That's Chilton and Peak. We are currently P8 and P10. We did miss out on our opportunity to just get out in front of Alonso, thanks to that safety car coming out when it did. Likewise, we could possibly have got Webber. I don't think we could have got Massa. Maybe. It depends how much longer he was going to go. Hulkenberg is between our 2 drivers. We are in the top 10 with both. Targets is 9th place for Schumacher, 11th for Button today with the sponsors. So we're well on target for that at the moment. But there's a lot of cars around us on fresher tyres than ours. Some brand new tyres, some that are a few laps old. We're down to 73% on Schumacher, 76 on Jensen. Still thinking about boxing them here, but I'm now thinking about bringing these guys in sooner. Just absolutely hammering these tyres. Well, I say hammering them, just pushing them right from the restart all the way through. Get onto those hards a little bit sooner to try and get that undercut again. And then potentially have a bit more wiggle room with the more durable hards to close out. The other option is that we try and stretch these mediums, but that I think would be a mistake, given that, as I say, we're surrounded by tyres that are fresher than ours. We're more likely, if we try and just nurse these tyres, to lose places very quickly. I think the more sensible option is to just be aggressive and box early compared to everyone else. Still a long way to go. Lap cars can now overtake. There is Bianchi trying to carve his way through. Which means I think we're going to go racing at the end of the next lap. If I'd stopped at the safety car, we would have lost track position, I think. At least here we've got a chance to do something, at least try and open up a bit of a gap to these cars behind us, if we're lucky, by being aggressive. At the very least, you know, we can not lose any places. And then, as I say, get on those hard tyres and hope for a sort of a longer term undercut on a few cars. I do want to get both into the top 10 today. I would like a top 6 finish, if at all possible, with Schumacher. We've got a spare set of mediums now and a spare set of softs in case we get a safety car later on as well. So we've got some options if we do get another safety car. Not a guarantee, but we might get one. And if we get a red flag, it'll completely neutralise the race. Everyone will get a fresh set of tyres, but we will, as I say, have a choice of brand new softs, brand new mediums to play about with, depending on if and when that stoppage happens. Did I have enough gap to keep position? Probably, to a degree, but it would have thrown our strategy completely out the window. Boxing here on lap 20-ish under that safety car. You know, I think it was here, wasn't it, when the safety car came out, lap 22, 23. And we would have really struggled to take those hard tyres all the way to the end. We would have had to nurse them, and our pace would have been bad, so we would have lost places with no guarantee that we could have claimed any back later. Plus, the AI would have been, you know, able to be aggressive if they were two-stopping and would just breeze past us later anyway. So it was either stay out and then try and keep the two-stop alive as we had it planned, or box and convert to a three-stop, and I didn't feel comfortable with that. See what we can do on the restart.
Let's try and push up.
Safety car is into the pit lane.
Okay, use deploy.
Thought for a second Schumacher might have a little lunge at Alonso there. Got a run on him here. Just too far back though. Our next best chance now is going to be the exit of Sector 2 down here, up to that chicane. That's going to be our next best overtake opportunity. And that's assuming we can stay close enough. Alonso's car has gone orange, so it is going to be a little worse. That doesn't mean the opportunity will be easy. And he's on fresher tyres than us. Be brave. Not close enough.
DRS is enabled.
Fastest lap for Vettel. 132.4. Rosberg fractionally slower, just 65,000 slower. And I get a run here. He's not got DRS. We might have an opportunity. Too far back. Schumacher couldn't get the move done. We can keep pushing a little bit longer, but not much longer. We'd love to get ahead of Alonso. he's now responding. Again, it's going to be on the run to the chicane. Not close enough. Whoa, just missed out. Last effort. So I really need to calm these tyres down. Oh, we got this, we got this. Come on, come on. Get the run, get the run. Make the move. Too far back, and that's it. Ooh, ooh, ooh! Grosjean's out. Is he out or is he...
Something's happened. Looks like the Alpine.
Is he actually out?
Here we are, we're looking at turn 11. And unable to do anything about that crash. That will have knocked their
Skimmed the
confidence,
barrier.
I'm
It's
sure.
enough to do some damage to that car. Has it killed it? Is he still going?
And while all that was happening, the crew in the garage could do nothing but watch on.
He is able to keep going, so no safety car. But that's taken him completely out of the hunt for points now. With that significant damage to the car. Button in a lot of pressure here. So is Schumacher. Beautiful defensive driving there. Less so from Jensen. But he's just got enough to keep it going on the brakes. Schumacher was all about shutting the line down. Jensen was about just out-braking at the end. This is going to let Alonso scamper away, but we are close to our pit stop, so it doesn't matter too much now. This time he might get us.
Let's attack.
He has got us. Oh, I didn't have battle assist on, no wonder. Oh, look at him lining up behind Jensen.
You are P9.
Come on, Jensen.
1.1.
Come on. Shutting down.
0.4. How's the tyre?
Use overtake.
Right, we got ahead. We've had to give up the DRS to do it.
Focus on recharge.
.31 laps remaining. We are at the halfway point of this Grand Prix. Where's Hamilton? He's out. Forgot the crash. That's why we had the safety car.
We are ready for you.
I'm not sure who's going to get the DRS. I think it might be him. No, it's us. And I don't think we'll be able to get back in front again, because we've got Gutierrez all over us. Damn it. And this is us on full attack, look, with fuel and tyres. Imagine how easily we'd be getting picked off if we were nursing the tyres.
Don't want to lose too much time.
Has DRS. There's still opportunities
Ricardo
here.
has scampered away, but we are keeping Gutierrez at bay for now. That might be about to change.
Tyre temperature management looking very good.
Haven't shut him down yet. He's still there. He goes around the outside of us. So we'll box Michael at the end of next lap and then Button the lap after that, unless he gets significantly further behind.
0.9.
It's not really a big enough gap to box them both at the same time yet. Because any kind of delay on Schumacher's stop will completely ruin Jensen. The gap is only 4 seconds. It's not really enough. There's no safety net. We need it to be another couple of seconds at least. We'll be the ones to get the DRS. Whether we can do anything with that or not is another matter.
There are opportunities ahead.
We'll come out behind Romain Grosjean. But way ahead of Jules Bianchi, who is once again slipping back into the clutches of Sebastian Vettel, given he's lapping 4 seconds a lap slower. And again, I don't know why Bianchi is so much slower than Chilton. I need to have a look at this to see if it's down to car parts. Engine's not great, ERS isn't great, but the gearbox is fine. It's not down to car parts. Why is Bianchi so slow? I don't understand that. He's a better driver. At least on paper he is. Maybe it's mentality. Maybe his mentality's in the toilet and Chilton's isn't. And he's getting a stat boost while Bianchi's getting a stat loss. It's the only thing I can think of to explain it. That and a difference in performance between the two cars. Let me check the database here to see if they're rocking the same spare parts or not. Same aero parts.
We think there's still opportunities here.
Let's do a side-by-side comparison of the drivers. Let's have a look. So Bianchi's stats, his personal situation is negative, his team principal situation is negative, his team performance is neutral. His cornering stats, 81 braking, 82, 81 on braking, and 82 on accuracy. They're the three main stats. So Chilton, 77, 76, and 76. His personal situation's happy. Well, it's neutral. Team performance neutral. Team principal negative. Performance. There is a 2.3% difference in favour of Chilton in terms of the cars, but given the size of the gap, I can't see how that would be it. We missed Schumacher's stop. Or I missed it. How good was it? Oh, no, yeah, nice. 2.41. I'll take that. Jensen's in this lap. Oh, it's doing that really ridiculously annoying thing where we back out because we're about to hit the pit lane. Oh, and Satil, who went flying past us, is boxing as well. That's such bullshit. Charles Peak running a little wide. It's nothing. We're about 5.5 seconds behind Grosjean. 2.6, that's a terrible stop. But at least we get the place back from Satil, who had an even worse stop. That's karma for you, Adrian.
.9.
So the question now is, with everyone's tyres still in reasonably good shape, or should be in reasonably good shape, what kind of pace, by comparison, are we going to have on the brand new hard tyres? You missed the back marker teams. I get it. Yeah. But at the same time, it's good that the field is not as massively spread out like as it used to be for the sake of racing. Not necessarily for on-track racing, but for the health of the teams. I mean, these older backmarker teams could not survive very long before they ran out of money because they didn't have the pace to be competitive, so they couldn't attract sponsors to give them the kind of income they needed to improve the car significantly and the facilities significantly and hire the right staff and have the budget for in-season development. And yeah, it became a bit of a vicious cycle in that respect.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
The gap that's opened up between
Use
Schumacher
overtake.
and Button. 133.9, that's a good lap for Schumacher. It's a very good lap. For a base lap on no push on those tyres. Let's see what Button does with some battery this time round. This should be a very easy overtake. And lo, it was so. Right, Daniel Ricciardo's into the pits. Let's see what tyres he goes for. Mediums. He will get out in front of Jensen, which is a little concerning. Lost a ton of time with Jensen. Maybe it would have been better to just stack him up behind Schumacher and not make him do that extra lap. A very, very slow pace. Too late to do anything about it now. 132.3, good lap for Jensen. I mean, back in this era, we had 4 new teams, and one of them never even made it to the grid. USGP never actually made it into the start of the year. And then we had HRT, which became Hispania. because HRT didn't last. It became Hispania. They didn't last too much longer. Virgin became Marussia, which then became Midland and then disappeared into obscurity. Lotus became Caterham and then they disappeared into obscurity. Never to be seen again. So, I mean, for the health of the sport, it's good that we don't have teams that are so massively far behind that they're just there to basically just get a participation medal. Medium tyres going on. Right, now, this is a concern. Hulkenberg is coming into the pits and we are not anywhere near close enough to get back in front of him again. Gutierrez and Werner in. We will get back in front of those guys. Medium tyres, and he is ahead of us. There we are. Shit. That is bad.
Make sure we get the pack back.
Right, let's get Jensen through.
Got 0.7.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time. Use overtake.
Your P15.
Oh, that's a lockup. That is going to be a safety car. Now we have a choice. I think we have to stay out. And go for track position. We certainly don't want any extra fuel, but we do want to protect the tyres.
Something's happened.
This is going to hurt us.
Looks like the Alpine.
Di Resta and Bottas are going to get a cheap pit stop.
Safety car deployed.
Recharge on. Delta positive.
Schumacher should get through.
Focus on keeping temperature in the brakes and tyres.
And they do, but Jensen's going to lose out here. My job just got so much harder. And everybody in front of Hulkenberg will now, well, Cat Rosberg out, he's just stopped. But Alonso will get a free stop over Hulkenberg. Vettel's in. Yeah, timing of that safety car has not been good. Top three are all in. Soft tyres for the front runners as well, because their tyre wear is so much better than ours. See, if we were at full speed and Alonso is at that point with his pit stop, we might have actually got in front of him. He's got hard tyres and he's got a problem. Still going to get out in front of us by a lot. God damn. Has anyone lapped? Where's Bianchi? Yeah, Bianchi's lapped. So once again, we all have a cars need to unlap themselves instruction first before we can get back underway. But Jensen's now really up against it, down in 13th place. Schumacher's in an okay place in 8th. Let's take a quick ad break and see where the field ends up.
Pack is high.
Okay. Field is almost formed up. We're waiting on Van der Gaard, Beek and Chilton. He's already in the train. A couple of cars ahead of us, just like last time. Actually, no, between us, I think, last time, wasn't it? We've got a chance of getting something out of this Grand Prix with Schumacher. Hulkenberg, if we're lucky, we can jump him. I think we've got a much better chance of jumping Alonso than we have Hulkenberg. And that would mean Hulkenberg would need to get through first. And that's simply because of the wear on Alonso's car. You know, putting it into orange. Tyres are certainly not great. I don't want to absolutely thrash them. I might not even push them. I know I changed the setup thing there, but that's just so I could see a more instructive kind of idea of what the tyre wear rate would be if we started pushing them, rather than that's what we're actually going to do. It's it suggests 5 seconds slower. Yeah, this safety car did not come at a good time for us. Neither of them did, really. They both came not long after we'd stopped. Very much left us out of position on tyre wear to those around us. That's so frustrating. Right, there's the instruction for Jules Bianchi. He can now make his way through. Let's see if, I know we've still got a good chunk of the lap to go, but not a good chunk of the lap until we hit the safety car switch-off point. So it's going to be next lap, I think, that the safety car will come in, not this lap. Especially seeing as Bianchi's yet to get past the safety car, or has he just about managed it now? No, not yet. Now he gets past the safety car, and the safety car turn-off line is here. So we're not going to go racing now. It'll be the next lap. Let's see, what lap are we on? 45 or 46? Lap 45. So at the end of lap 46, that means we will have 16. Yeah, at the end of next lap, we'll have 16 racing laps to go. More fuel than we'll be able to burn off. The racing gods have not been kind to us tonight. And now we might struggle just to get Jensen into the top 11. I mean, theoretically, we should be able to get past De Resta and Bottas and Ricciardo, but we've got Gutierrez again in the way. Once again, we're tucked up right behind a salvo that could well be problematic. So when the safety car gets to the end of sector 2, which is where Bianchi is now, that's when we should get a notification to say safety car is coming in. Yeah, hit with the yawns. And eBay doom scrolling till 9 o'clock this morning. Not helpful.
Safety car ending this lap. For the restart, we suggest use overtake at part throttle.
We've got a few things we've got to click before we can get back underway. There we go. Want to make sure that everything's done before we actually start the lap.
Go, Kate. Push.
Safety car has peeled away. It's into the pit lane. Green flag
Safety
conditions
cars
are back.
entry
Can't
now.
overtake till we cross the start line.
Okay, overtaking is allowed when you cross the line.
16 laps of racing to go. Oh, God!
Looks like it's the Aston Martin involved in that.
Red flag.
Red flag, no overtaking, Delta positive.
God damn it. And it's Schumacher as well, which means yet more engine
McLaren
damage the way
driver.
he went into that crash. Look at this.
And makes
Ass
contact with
first
the wall.
into the
They'll
barrier.
have to pick themselves up after that.
That is really, really bad. And expensive. But at least I can now put soft tyres onto Jensen. He's up to 11th. But fuck me. This is just turning into a horrible season. Ah, God damn it.
All drivers have taken their positions again. Once more, they're ready to race.
Taking my glasses off so everything's a little bit blurry because I don't want to see this anymore. Oh, dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Keep chipping away.
Come on, Jensen. All right, that's P10. Let's go for it.
Maximum PU cooling.
Oh, no, 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 no. Gutierrez is trying to come back at us. Go away, Gutierrez. He's coming back again. Stay away from me. I need to rescue something from this Grand Prix.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
How much fuel have I got? 9.5 kilos spare fuel.
DRS has been enabled.
This has, and I will reiterate this once again, this has been by far the most difficult season challenge we've ever had. Carnage has been unreal.
Next car is Bottas.
Every time it looks like we might be able to salvage something out of the race, something happens.
We want to try and push up to Bottas.
All right, Jensen, we've got a chance here.
Cool with carb.
Valtteri's out of range. Get the run. Valtteri covering us off in the braking zone.
Still plenty of opportunities.
Come on!
Next car is Bottas.
There's still
Obviously won't have DRS here. Now we've got the run. Come on, get him, get him. Yes. It's P9. But again, we're going to lose half of our sponsor income from Schumacher's crash.
So we are now P9. He's 1.3 behind.
Ricciardo next, and I think we'll immediately get the DRS here as well. Yes, we did. Ricciardo's just out of range of Alonso. Hulkenberg's left him for dead. Ricciardo is close to Alonso. So P7 is a realistic target here for Jensen. Should be our best finish in, I can't remember how long.
There are opportunities ahead.
Canada will be our last best finish. Tyres are absolutely melting.
Okay, buddy, recharge on. Recharge on is good.
Glass.
0.9.
So far minutes later.
Deep breath. You're going to be okay.
To resist the temptation to fling them at the TV. I'm that frustrated.
There's DRS.
Come on,
Recharge
tyres, cool
on,
down. There we go. Start to incrementally increase the pace on them again. 10 laps remaining. Couple more places definitely up for grabs. Beyond that, probably not, but you never know.
It has DRS. We think there's still opportunities here.
We had an opportunity
Okay,
to
maximum pace.
maybe not put a smile on the board space, but at least, you know, wipe the frown away and leave them feeling meh. That's going to happen. Not now, not with a retirement, unless we can definitely get 7th, in which case we may yet salvage a kind of result from the boards as opposed to Right, we're creeping back up onto Ricciardo, who is slipping just a little bit
0.4.
from Alonso.
Plenty to play
A
for.
little bit of battery left, and we are going to splurge it now and see if we can jump him.
Use the overtake button.
Oh, go on, son. Yes.
Alonso.
There we go. Picked him off quickly and efficiently.
Alonso currently 1.3. Okay, we don't want to lose too much time. Key thing is to keep the tyre in
absolutely
good
got
shape.
pace to
Keep
beat
the tyre in
beat
good shape.
Alonso, but we need to get close enough that we can start saving a little bit of tyre to cool him down a bit, save a little bit of battery to punch past him and go chasing after Hulkenberg and see if we can maybe get ahead of the Sauber.
Time management looks okay.
In fact, we might actually keep the push going and get Alonso before the end of the lap.
Okay, let's see if we can get past.
Or at least, you know, at the same spot next lap.
Car ahead of you is Alonso. And 1.1.
Oh my god, look how slow he was through that corner.
How's the tyre?
Fuel is okay.
Alright, this should be easy. Oh yeah, comfortably.
Let's have a look at that.
Ooh, there we
This
go.
happens down at
7th
turn 8.
place.
Can they squeeze by? Up that takes them.
So, question now is, can we go after Hulkenberg? Seven laps remaining after this one.
Has DRS
I
one
need some good pace just to close the gap. We'll break away from Alonso pretty quickly. We're not going to have battery to help us out. We picked off 4 cars since the red flag restart. Could we make it 5? Nerves are a mess. Evening, Foamy. Oh, you got a new preview on the YouTube channel, have you? I see. All right, we'll take a look at that in just a moment. One thing I did notice straight away is I think the rear chevron of red on the back of the McLaren looks a little too big. But, well, I'll take a proper look in a second. Williams and Toro Rosso in the points. Yep, they are. I don't think Williams has scored points yet this season.
Use the pace now.
Toro Rosso have. Force India have. I don't think Williams has scored points yet. No, they haven't. These would be their first points of the season. Oh no, Toro Rosso haven't either. I thought they had. I was thinking Sauber. Yeah, of course, Sauber. All right, let's see if we can take some points away from Sauber. They are outscoring us today, as things currently stand. Sure, I've got the pace to get after Nico Hülkenberg. Not without battery. Track temperature's about to start climbing as well, which is not going to help our tyre temps.
There are 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go.
What would be the best way to contact you, phone me, to give you a detailed breakdown of deliveries on where I think tweaks might need to be made? Do you have a Discord or? If you don't want to post it out there for everybody, you can just email me your Discord using the email address on the channel. A little bit of time out of Hülkenberg, but we're going to need to go more aggressive.
We want maximum pace.
Use overtake.
Hunting. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, as I said yesterday, I don't want to nitpick, but just give constructive feedback to try and fine-tune. Not going to catch Hülkenberg, are we?
3 laps to go.
only hope
Recharge
Hulkenberg's tyres falling apart a little bit. Ours are starting to really fall apart with this intense push, but we've got to do whatever we can just to try and close that gap enough. But if he makes any kind of mistake, then we'll get him. I did notice as well that you did on the website your Brawn GP car had Canon on the side. You know that was a one-off sponsor. It's literally just, I think, for one race. I think it was Mexico.
P7.
My head.
Hulkenberg's ahead.
Or if not Mexico, somewhere towards the end of the season. But I would have thought you'd have gone with Virgin because they were at least one of the main sponsors throughout the year.
Pack is low.
Unless you were specifically trying to model a very exact image. It was a very popular, I know, even though it was a one-off, it was very popular because Canon, red Canon lettering on the white side pod always looks clean and sharp, just like it did on the Williams. So tantalizingly close to us. He's just out of reach. 4 seconds, can't get him. I remember they had Terminator for one race, because I think, was it Salvation had just come out? Yeah, they started with barely any sponsors at all. They signed an agreement with Virgin during the Australian Grand Prix. Make a mistake. Please make a mistake. So those tyres, I'm going to take a sneaky look. Oh, they're better than mine. Mind you, we've been thrashing ours just to try and catch them up. Let's stop that now. It's going to be a win for Seb. Webber in second. Another 1-2 for Red Bull. 7th place for Jensen will be our best finish in a decent
for
while.
The Red Bull.
But at the cost of a retirement for Schumacher.
And you can hear just how happy the crowd are for them too. They're on their feet.
Okay, that's the checkered flag. Checkered flag.
P7, buddy. P7.
Well done, buddy. Lovely race.
So, usual reminder when you pull up, engine off, wait 5 seconds, and turn the ignition off.
Painful weekend once again. Decent result, but at the cost of another car. And it's Schumacher's again, which means engine-wise, we could be really struggling now.
The McLaren driver put in a great performance today.
It's safe to say they exceeded all expectations. A finish in the points, and my goodness, it is very well deserved.
A great display of team spirit there, as everyone finally gets the chance to share this moment. Now, Karun, with that result in mind, what will they be feeling like down at McLaren?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there, though.
And a big thanks to you all for joining us this weekend here in Singapore.
Next time, the teams will be racing through the streets of another city. Join us in Baku on the shores of the Caspian Sea for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
So, confirmation then of the final result. It is a win for Seb again. Webber up 15 places. The safety cars really helped him out. Carving his way through from a P17 start to finish in second. Rosberg in third. Fourth for Kimi Räikkönen. Fifth for Massa. Sixth for Hülkenberg, who started way up in the nosebleeds in third place. Dropped down a few places, but again, safety cars saved him a little bit. Jensen P7 in the end. Alonso P8. Ninth for Valtteri and 10th for Ricciardo. First points of the season for those teams and drivers there. Outside of the top 10, we had Gutierrez in 11th, De Resta 12th, Sutil in 13th, then Jean-Eric Verne ahead of Chilton, Van der Garde, Peak and Bianchi. 4 retirements, Schumacher, the most recent of those, will start at the beginning. It was Hamilton locking up and taking up Pastor Maldonado. That brought out a safety car. And then we had Romain Grosjean retiring to bring out another safety car. And then on the safety car restart, Michael Schumacher dropping it on the final corner, hitting the wall, skidding across the track and bringing out a red flag. And not a great afternoon in that respect. In the driver's standings then, Seb is miles ahead now, 284 points, pulled out another 10 points over Rosberg, who moved up into second place over Alonso. That gap now stands at 112 points. Alonso in third is 8 points behind Rosberg. Then it's Webber up into fourth place with his second place today. No points for Hamilton, sees him drop down into fifth on 152 points, 6 points behind Webber, but still 30 points clear of Raikkonen. Then it's Massa in seventh. Jensen moves up to eighth place, 1 point ahead of Romain Grosjean. And then Michael Schumacher rounding out the top 10 with 49 points. Sauber's Nico Hülkenberg is up to 11th place, jumping De Resta and Gutierrez. 11 points for him now this season. 10 for De Resta, 4 for Gutierrez. Valtteri up 3 places as he gets his first points of the year. Then it's Sutil in 15th, Ricciardo 16th, 17th for Verne, 18th for Van der Garde, 19th for Peak, 20th for Chilton, 21st for Maldonado, and 22nd for the enigma that is really, really underperforming Jules Bianchi. In the constructors' standings, it is Red Bull on 442 points. They sit a whopping 118 points clear of Mercedes. Then it is Ferrari in third place on 232. Lotus on 179. We're on 107. Sauber up into sixth place, overtaking Force India. They're up to 15 points now. Force India with 11. Williams off the mark with 2 points. They're up to 8th. Toro Rosso in 9th. Are off the mark, but they've dropped down a place in the order. And then it's Caterham and Marussia now, the last two teams yet to score and likely to stay that way. So, in the pit stop challenge, we got a really good stop out of Schumacher. We did not get a competitive stop out of Jensen, unfortunately. His best stop wasn't too far away, at 2.534, but the second stop was not good enough at all. So, big points for Force India. Toro Rosso getting some good points as well. We get some good points at last. Mercedes in fourth with Hamilton stop. And Sauber, Ferrari, 2 Caterhams in the top 10. Marussia sandwiched in between them, and Rosberg gets the final point. So we close the gap back up to Red Bull, who didn't score any points in the challenge today. We're 7 points behind them now. 206 to 199. Ferrari in third have 180. Big points for Force India. Sees them up 2 places. They're on 152 points now. Caterham, despite picking up 8 points, are in 5th place still. Moving past Williams, but being overtaken by Force India. Williams 5 points behind with 131. Toro Rosso now on 106. Mercedes on 75. Sauber with 56. 40 points for Lotus. And they are being caught by Marussia, who pick up yet more points. They're just 8 points behind them now. No finish for Schumacher means no money. Jensen beating his target, though. So we do get something. But it's not much. All right, before we carry on, let's take a look at the new trailer from Foamy for the livery pack. All on the 2026 models, this trailer. There's my Ferrari, the 641, the modern day Ferrari, modern day Haas, the Camel Lotus. I love that car. That is the original Lotus before they became Caterham, isn't it? The West McLaren. Ah, wow, yeah, that McLaren was kind of cool. I did quite like that one. The old school McLaren. The mid-80s JPS Lotus. The late 2009 Brawn. Von Vital. The Copasuka from Emerson Fittipaldi. Which Brabham did you model that on? Was that the fan car or not? There were a couple of quick points I immediately wanted to just pick out for you while you're here. what happened to the back of the camel? Was the first one. He chopped off his backside and his 2 rear legs. Yeah, that was let's say that was the Team Lotus. That was the initial entry before Renault renamed to Lotus Renault, and they had to they forced this team to then change to Caterham. It might be the disabled version. Yeah, so this McLaren here, the red is the wrong shade of red. It needs to be a little bit more vibrant, I think is the word. Needs to have more oomph into the red itself. It looks a little too pale. And you probably want to start the swoosh across here needs to start more around here on the car and then swoosh across like that. In reality, that swoosh was nowhere near that big. As you can see, it was quite near the back of the car. Again, I suppose it depends on exactly which year you're modelling that on. And one other thing I did immediately spot was on the Williams. I'm really curious as to actually seeing that one on a model, on a car, because, I mean, it's such a... I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that livery. So I'm really curious to see what that looks like in the flesh, running on a car. Yeah, the camels should be blue, and you've got them in black. I'm not sure if that's just a bug. But at least you got his back legs and his ass on that one. I've never seen camel with black. Which model of Williams did you do? Was it the 2000, the 93 or the 90 or the 92? Yeah, again, it's blue. It's dark blue, but it's blue. Oh, reject all. I hate these pop-up things. Oh, go away. So this was the 93 car that Prost drove with the Sega sponsorship. Oh, the 91, the FW13. Actually, no, it was the FW14. It was just the FW14, not the B. Yeah, I've never seen it without the camel writing and just the camels before. I've always ever seen it like that. But that's the 14B. That was the 92 car. So, yeah. Curious. But yeah, they should be blue. what else did we have? That was it, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm really curious to see how they actually look running in game. Really looking forward to seeing those. So that's awesome. That's absolutely awesome, dude. Yeah, for those of you who are wanting to get those, then it is foamymedia.uk, and there we go. We have loads of lovely, lovely liveries. Although some of them are, let's say, the website's not fully operational yet, but we're getting there bit by bit. Lovely stuff. Right, back to the game. Stoffel has gone up by a point. What else? Tom Stallard has gone up by a point. Ooh, nice. Schumacher's gone up by a point. Ben Barnicoat's gone up by a point. We need to actually check whether or not we can offer him a new contract. I forgot about that. So that's the very first thing we're going to do. We're going to go take a look at Ben Barnicoat. There he is. Contract situation. Hasn't been poached yet. So let's try and renew him for next year. What's he on right now? He's on 250. Okay. I haven't got any money left. Let's send him that offer. See if he'll take that. I get the feeling I was negotiating with somebody else as well. Was it Gary Paffett? Who I sent an offer to? It wasn't Gary Paffett. He's retiring anyway, so it definitely wasn't him. Was it Nick De Vries? I think no, we just re-signed him on a new deal, didn't we? Was it Stoffel? Stoffel's gone to Mercedes, hasn't he? Ben Barnicoat was saving. Andrew Tang. We want to keep him as a marketability driver. I mean, that marketability score is huge. So he's retiring, of course he is. Alright. Oh no, we offered somebody a contract, didn't we? I remember now. Right, let's dive into the inbox. Let's have a look. We killed another gearbox. God damn it, and the engine's lost 20%. ERS has lost a bit, quite a bit as well. That's our last remaining ERS as well. Fuck me. Can't do anything about that because Magnussen has re-signed, has ignored our offer and just signed for McLaren. For Mercedes, even. That's annoying. Right. Ooh. Bring down the cost cap. Yes. Let's see. Can fix up the car. We did have a spare rear wing. That's gone. Oh, shit, I need to build another one. Damn it. I can't change the chassis or the suspension. Oh. Yeah, I can't change the suspension. Am I building a suspension? No. I wanted to and I couldn't afford it. So, suspensions, I need to build 2 of those. And I need a rear wing. Put 1 in for now. What's my front wing situation looking like? 1 spare. I'll have new Mark V chassis for Baku. That's actually South Korea. Or supposed to be. Let's see what the board thought. Shit. Oh, this is not good. We still might not be able to turn this around. I hope we can, but I don't know. I don't know. Contract talks ended with Kevin Magnussen. Well, we sent him an offer, and then he just, automatically just signed for Mercedes. Didn't say anything. We'll try going back and having a look, but I think he's going to ignore us anyway. Yeah. See, he signed that contract. I take it you're a big fan of Schadenfreude. Yeah, they're foaming. I've got 100 grand. Not enough to do anything. GP2 Talent has been recommended to us. They're currently in 4th place. Impressive considering it's their first season. Johnny, I don't know that name. Sakotto. Years old, and he's retiring. Oh dear. Yeah, here's a drive he might like to look at. Oh, he's retiring. Again, Stoffel. We can't because again he got poached. And it won't, it can't terminate his contract. I need him for the rest of the year. It's a bug somewhere in the game, it would seem. Yes, I know. Right. Regulation votes. Oh, wow. We lost the vote. Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, Williams, Toro Rosso, and Caterham voted against. When I first saw that, I'm like, oh, it's going to pass, it's going to pass. And then I suddenly thought, no, it's not. It's not going to pass. Yeah, go away. Oh, for fuck's sake. Design center's on fire. It's just one thing after another. Right, at least I got the brand new chassis available. I should have the brand new side pods available. And I'll have a suspension available. And a rear wing available. There we go. Both cars. Now. K-Mag just setting fire to my factory on the way out. If this is right, we've got the best acceleration on the grid now. Surely that's not right. Wow, have we actually made some good progress with our upgrades there? That would be something, wouldn't it? I want to have a look at this. So, let's load this into the editor and get a bit more of a detailed breakdown. There we go. Let's says race 13 of 24. It's not. It's only 19. So, where is the editor? There it is. I need to reload the save because that's before that Grand Prix. Performance. Yeah, this is the difference between the two Haas cars. It's not enough to suggest why we're seeing such a huge dip. What the hell? Look at Caterham's research. Or, you know, their development. Look at that massive jump. They haven't got the parts fitted yet, but we did notice that Van der Garde was very potentially quick. But Kimi Raikkonen's got the best car with a 70% overall. Then it is Webber, then Hamilton, Rosberg, Grosjean, Vettel, Massa, Alonso, Hulkenberg, Schumacher and Button with level performance. Gutierrez. Number 50, I can never remember which. I don't think that's Van der Garde. I think that might be Peak. Let's have a look. Oh, no, that's salary. There we go. Number 72 is Peak. So 50 is Van der Garde. Okay. Back to performance. So Van der Garde, he was very much quicker. 89 is De Resta? No. Yes, that's De Resta. That's Sutil. That's Ricardo. That is Verne. That's Peak. That is Maldonado and Bottas. And then Chilton and Bianchi. But yeah, I don't know why Bianchi is so far off. The designer I sacked for Nui to come in has joined Caterham. Has he? That's not what I want. So, Nui's coming to us. Bob Bell doesn't look like he's got a contract lined up yet. Yeah, Bob Bell's not going to us. Not going anywhere yet. Hang on, no, I'm looking at the wrong team. I'm looking at Mercedes. McLaren, Paddy Lowe. Paddy Lowe hasn't gone anywhere yet. He's not got another contract signed. Unless this hasn't just updated that. You heard Pastor paid 40 mil a season. It was around 30 million, I think. I don't think it was quite that high. But it was a lot. Paddy Lowe nearly sunk Williams. He had no clue. He was instrumental in getting Mercedes up and running. Right, let's go back to the game. We need to have another look at the breakdown, but I just want to investigate that claim about Gascoigne being replaced by yeah, look. Oh, that's Mercedes again. A lot of free agents. Where is There's Paddy Lowe. Yeah, he's just out of contract. He's not going anywhere. Did he ever work again? I don't know what happened to him after he left Mercedes. Can't remember. Right, let's take a look at that performance breakdown on components. So, where are we? We are 8th in speed, apparently. Yeah, that's tracks. We have got the best acceleration, look. 65.21. That'll help. Not the best in terms of low or medium speed or high speed. We are consistently 8th across the board there to match our speed as 8th. 5th in DRS, 6th in dirty air. Terrible tyre wear. Look at that, look. Look at the gap. It's nearly 40 points. That's obscene. And engine cooling's not up to a huge amount either. But, well, yeah, we're actually topping one of these. We're topping the acceleration with those new updates. That dip there, that was our suspension. And then a little bit of a recovery there. Too much engine power killing the tyres. No, it's just our suspension's so bad we cannot fix it without ruining our downforce. We can either, you know, try and repair the tyre wear, or work on improving the downforce. But whichever one we try and work on, the other's going to get massively ruined. So we can't do anything about the suspension this season. I can't believe Caterham's design has taken them all the way up there. That just seems very, very strange. Very strange indeed. My God, I mean, if this stays like this, that level of development that's seen, their car next season could be a monster with shit drivers. But actually, who is going to be their lineup next year? Bianchi and Perez. Perez could definitely put some real pace on them there. I still can't believe Maldonado is going to is going to Red Bull to line up with Seb. Oh my God, that is the most completely left field transfer I've ever seen in the game before. You really do not have any faith in me at all, do you, Foamy? That's so reassuring to know. Right, let's deal with this design center fire. There we go. Sneaky cigarette breaks. So, what's the weather forecast going to be like for tomorrow's race in Baku/Korea? It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. So, there we go then. That's it for tonight. Despite the slightly easier board objectives to run us to the end of the season, we still are struggling to keep the board happy, or even, you know, stop them from being unhappy. Definitely got our work cut out for us. But the car has taken a step forward at a circuit where we might potentially be able to do something with that. The low speed isn't great, but the good acceleration will absolutely help coming out of all of those 90-degree left-hand, right-hand low-speed corners. So I am keeping my fingers crossed that maybe we might finally be able to put a result on the board that the board aren't going to immediately shit on. We shall see. We'll be back at the usual time of 8 PM tomorrow for for round 14 in South Korea. Until then, hope you've enjoyed tonight's stream. If you have, a thumbs up would be much appreciated. If you haven't already done so, then why not consider hitting that subscribe button and click on the bell for notifications. A reminder, I got some new set dressing. A couple of new car models turning up in a couple of days. We'll get some kind of unboxing video on those, and then I've got to figure out where I'm going to put them. Whether they're going to be over my shoulder here or over my shoulder there, but they will be there. So yeah, that'll be something to look forward to for Monday. But as I say, back to you tomorrow. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager.